Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular town council meeting for Tuesday, September 10th, 2019. Please rise for a moment of silence. Let the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. FISHBEIN.
Here.
LAFFIN.
Here.
LETOURNEAU.
Here.
Marone.
Here.
Morgenstein.
Here.
Shortell.
Here.
Testa. Zandri.
Here.
Chairman Cervoni.
Here. Let the record reflect that Councilor Testa is just walking in. On to item 3, the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve or accept consent agenda items A through L.
Second. Moved and seconded over and over again. Take your pick.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The second, did you hear there were 3?
FISHBEIN and LETOURNEAU, I
Okay.
heard.
And there was Shortell as well. All right. All those in favor of the consent agenda as moved signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda passes. Item 4, there are no items removed from the consent agenda. Item 5 is the public question and answer period. Back.
Bill Comerford, 5 Broadview Drive. I was here this past April, I think it was April 8th, asking the mayor about the condition of the building known as 5860 Prince Street. At the time, I handed out some photographs that I thought were supposed to be entered at public record. Apparently, somehow it didn't make its way to the town clerk. I don't know where they are, but if somebody can locate them and give them to the town clerk, I'd appreciate it in case somebody wants those pictures for further identification as a potential problem. Since that time, Mayor, can you tell us what has transpired as far as the condition of the building, where we're at, if any representative came down to inspect it, and exactly what the status of it is, please?
A representative of the company that manufactures the siding visited the site, has taken samples back. Samples will be tested to determine whether or not they are suitable and of a consistency. The material is proper for the use and will give us a warranty report.
So did he indicate that it might be a potential installation problem to you?
Well, I'm waiting for his report regarding the warranty. So there's a lot of discussion while I was there. Basically, I'd like to see what the warranty report says, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, and any idea when that report might be in your possession?
I don't have it at this point. He had said it was several weeks, so I interpret that we may not receive anything until sometime in October. Several weeks could be 3 to 4 weeks. That would be my reasonable guess.
Okay, fair enough. And I see Mr. Beaumont's here. He asked me the date of the picture was taken. I told him at that time it was probably several weeks old. And then I further went on to say that if he wanted some 6 months back, a year back, so forth. Well, through the Freedom of Information, I've got a copy of what I believe that the Corporation Council submitted to the state of Connecticut, or at least part of the report. And the acceptance of the building, which was in October of 2016, these pictures were in the file that were in the possession of the Corporation Council that clearly showed the same dents. So that's 3 years that somebody either overlooked it, didn't raise a concern about it, and these came from the law department, just in case there's a question about warranty, craftsmanship, because I'm not an attorney. I don't claim that I am, but I do stay at the Holiday Inn. The Fact of the matter is that the warranty, based upon the contract, says even with poor workmanship, in my opinion, there's only a 2-year warranty, which clearly the 2-year warranty has lapsed. And these were in the file from the Corporation Council. So I'm going to give this to the mayor. I did happen to make an extra one, so I can give it to the town clerk. And if we can find the originals, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Do I see a hand, Mr. Morgenstein?
Larry Morgenstein, South Main Street. Question to the chair. On the item tonight regarding CMAQ, is there going to be public input during that discussion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Great.
Anyone else? I see no hands. So I close the public question and answer period and move on to the fire portion of our meeting. Can I have a motion on item 6?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve a bid waiver request for Verathon, provider of the Glide Scope video anthroscopes, at a cost of approximately $35,000.
Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Good evening, gentlemen. I
Good evening.
apologize for the
Good evening.
obstructed view.
For the record, Richard Hygard, Fire Chief.
Steve ALSUP, Deputy Fire Chief.
Why a bid waiver? Is this the only product around?
This is not the only product around. The fire department went through about a 6-month evaluation of the different products. We worked with our education partners, the Center for Education and Simulation Innovation Center in Hartford Hospital, to choose the best device that works for our use in the field. There are other devices that are less expensive to get into initially, but they kill you on the consumables. This offers an expensive product up front, but the consumables are a lot less over time. So it also is one of the devices that does not have proprietary batteries, and that was one concern, an ongoing expense of batteries for the devices, and it met our needs for what we use in the field. Also, it's the type of device that's used in the hospital, so it's consistent with our training from here to the emergency room.
So it's a laryngoscope, and as I understand it, it's something you go down somebody's throat with to look for obstructions and the like.
It can be used for that. What it's primarily used for is in a cardiac arrest or a respiratory arrest situation when you're not breathing. We've got to put a tube down your throat so we can secure your airway so we can breathe for you. Right now, the device that's been out there for quite some time is essentially a flashlight at the end of a small metal tube, so to speak. This, with new technology, provides that small camera in that same spot, and we can see the anatomy and make sure we have good airway at all times.
And what are the consumables?
The consumables are the blades themselves. Obviously, we don't want to reuse a blade on people, so they're plastic and they have the small camera portion in them, but not the big screen. And this price includes consumables for well over a year, and after that, we'll assume the costs in our normal operating budget.
And did you... Actually, I think you answered all my questions. Thank you. Councilor Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, gentlemen. I don't have to apologize for the view.
Yeah, no worries. That's good.
So, you know, the procedure, which I'm going to get hung up on, is public bid or RFP. So public bid says, you know, you send it out and you sort of got to deal with whoever is the cheapest. And what you're saying is that doesn't work because we're dealing with lives here, medical and all that stuff. So the alternative is the RFP. And ordinarily with an RFP, the department puts together specs and still puts that out and says, you know, we want the best product come and sell us on that. So it appears that that isn't what happened here, or that's not what you sit here with. You haven't done the low bid, and I understand why not.
Sure.
So why wouldn't we do the RFP? Because I think you're relying upon someone else's information as far as the fact that this is the best product.
Sure. And we do have that option with the RFP. And we felt, I went to the purchasing agent and asked him what's the best way to purchase this item. It's a sole source. I can only buy it from the manufacturer. And I was advised to bid waiver is my best option.
As opposed to inquiring of essentially the whole world whether or not this is actually the best product.
And we did do that. We evaluated the 4 video laryngoscopes that are out there for emergency medical services. And we evaluated each one. We had each of our paramedics go through it and choose what worked best for the department. We worked with our respiratory therapist and paramedic trainer partners on their input. Our head trainer at the SESI Center suggested this one as well. So while we did not use the RFP process, we decided that this was the best for us, and I only have one way to purchase it, right from the manufacturer. So when I went to the purchasing agent and said, how do I go about and buy this? There's only one sole source. Do I do it by sole source letter? I can't put it out for bid because only Verathon can bid on it. He suggested I come for a bid waiver.
So before I don't work for government per se, other than sitting up here. I would have thought that before you're using fire department resources to perhaps test that kind of stuff, that you would come or persuade someone to do the RFP process before you did that. Is that not what happened here?
We reached right out to the 4 manufacturers of video laryngoscopes directly, and they came to us.
Okay. And how do we know when we rely upon the recommendations of other persons that they aren't being compensated by making those references, those suggestions?
Sure. Our own people, our own staff of paramedics provided many of the recommendations. Our lab center that we work with allowed us to use their center and worked with us on all of the devices. They gave us the pros and cons for each. I can assure you that nobody that provided a recommendation was compensated by Verathon.
And then the consumable issue, I guess I see that as a loss leader. I used to work in retail for many years. You give away things, you'll mark them below what you cost to get people to use them. Is that the similar situation here?
That's exactly right. One of the lesser expensive models. It's very cheap to get into. However, your batteries are $100 a piece in the proprietary. And just in the evaluation portion, our testing portion, we went through a few. So I don't want to get into where I'm tied to I have to buy a certain battery or something to that effect.
Right, I got it. I have a high level of faith in you gentlemen.
Thank you.
I just, I have problems with the process.
I
And
understand, yes.
when I see the process not being followed, I don't know that I can bless that, because then I end up with other departments saying, I don't need to follow the process either. I understand where you're at.
And we rely on the purchasing department to guide us. And the options to us are the RFP, bid waiver, and bidding. So we do consult with the purchasing process on how to obtain the items, and this is what was advised to us.
I understand, and I don't necessarily agree with that advice.
I
So,
can understand
thank you,
that,
and
yeah.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor LETOURNEAU.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this the device
Yes, it is.
that was in our packet? Okay. And in your cover letter, you want to put these in a few of the emergency vehicles.
Yes.
How many? What are we getting for 35,000?
You will get 10 units.
10 units?
10 units. There are 7 to go out into the field and 1 spare for each station.
Okay. And that includes all the, what you referenced as consumables also?
Soup to nuts. Screen, the blades, chargers, case, everything.
Okay. And what is the consumable on this?
It's the bottom portion. It's from the screen down.
This-
It looks like a J.
This,
Yes.
this part here?
Yeah, it's a piece
So
of-
it's used once and tossed?
Yes. We don't sterilize them anymore. We just throw it away and have a replacement.
Okay, I was just curious, because in your cover letter, it didn't say how many, it just said you wanted to put them on, all the vehicles.
And it's not only on the vehicles, it's in a bag that goes into the house that's
Okay.
on the vehicle. We don't want it just on the vehicle. We want it to go into the home with the paramedics, so when they find somebody in respiratory distress, find somebody in cardiac arrest, they can perform the intubation right then, right there.
And this is in addition to what we have now, or is this a brand-new product?
It's not a brand new product, it's been around for a while. We will maintain the manual flashlight on the end of the stick, so to speak. We will always have that backup. However, the procedure will be for the paramedic to utilize the best option first, and this is absolutely the best option.
Okay. Can this be used on children also?
Yes, it can.
Okay. Very good, thank you.
Counselor Testa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Something that just occurred to me, have we ever purchased any of the kits from I forget the name of the company now, up in Barnes that makes the blood clot stuff that the military uses? Did you not, have we purchased any of that?
I think you're talking about the Quick Clot by
Thank you.
Z-Medica.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we
I have a little bit in my head, apparently.
Yes, we do use the Z.
So
we do use Quick
How'd you buy that?
That we have bought in a variety of methods.
Were you able to bid that?
It was packaged in with our medical supplies.
Oh. Are they not the sole supplier of that product? If you wanted to buy that product?
Well, I can buy that product through many distributors.
Many distributors?
Many distributors.
Okay.
And that's a little different.
But you chose a product that you knew was the best,
Yes,
unique, and you wanted it.
correct.
Because you saw a need that
Yes.
could not be supplied elsewhere. And it's just, luckily, maybe there are some distributors, so maybe you can get a few extra different prices on it.
When that bid went out for medical supplies, we had bidders such as Shine, Boundtree, More Medical, et
Yep.
cetera, and they can all offer it. It's a matter of who had the lowest price.
Which I imagine didn't vary too much.
Not really.
So here you have an item that you've discovered is pretty amazing in what it can do.
Mhm.
And you've gone to a lot of trouble to decide, this is the one we want, this is the best one.
That is correct.
For a number of reasons, this is the best one.
Mhm.
Okay, and now, being in a public purchasing environment, you have to decide, how can I get it? Without being ripped off or whatever else, but this is the product that I want. You're in emergency services, you've decided this product will do the best job, provide the best opportunity to save lives, and work the best with the people that we have. And the only way we can get this is to buy it from this company. We've done our due diligence, we've done all that. The bid process has developed over the years to allow for these types of circumstances. Sometimes an RFP is necessary because you say, well, maybe the low bid isn't the best way to go, we're going to the moon, you might want to be careful. So you do RFPs. But then sometimes you say, you know what, we have discovered, we are professionals, you're not buying paper, you're not buying wrenches, you're buying life-saving equipment. You've determined that this product is really something we would like to have and we should have. It's the only company that has it. Well, then we've developed also a bid process that allows you to come to us for a bid waiver with a reasonable explanation as to why you need it. And a common sense would say, well, of course, this is great that we can get this. We know you've done your homework, you're not getting taken advantage of, and you've done all the research you have to. And we put a lot of respect into your professionalism. That's why we have these things. Let's go. So I get a little aggravated. You knew it was coming. I get a little aggravated when it's questioned, just more on it just because I have to question it. It's a bid waiver. I have to say I'm questioning it. But a couple things bothered me, and one specifically bothered me. In the questioning of you, there was a little implication that you used fire department time to do this researching. What's the point of that? Of course they're using fire department time. They work for the fire department. But that sort of sets a little bit of a questioning mode in people's minds, like, oh yeah, to imply that maybe it's not the proper way to go. It's not necessary. to do that. It's disrespectful. I had a problem with that, and I wanted to raise that. It bothered me. We talked about the process. One of my colleagues says he respects the process. And then prior to that, he went to great lengths to explain how he respected you fellows. Okay? So if I respect you fellows and your professionalism, and then I'm worried about the process, I should respect you fellows enough to know that you understand the process too, and you chose the best way to go. We don't always have to question people's intentions, motivations, or just try to make a point. Sometimes people come to us after doing a lot of hard work, and they say, hey, I've got a great idea. This is the way we can do it. Everybody benefits, and this is the process. I hope you're on board, and we should all be able to say, without being negligent, yes, great idea, I'm on board. So, thank you for indulging me.
Councilor Morgenstein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Councilor Testa said most of what I have to say, but as the medical professional up here, I can relate completely to being in a training session, which is part of your duties, is to keep trained. And if we can ensure that when I am trying to intubate, put a tube down your trachea so you can breathe, I'm not having to do it a second or a third time to get it right. And your staff has been in a classroom with teachers and trying different ones and finding that this is the best. There is no question that this is the one we want you to have. This is the one that we want to save the lives of our residents. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilor LAFFIN.
Thank you. Do you know what the cost of the consumable is when we get to that point? I'm just curious.
Cost of the consumable is roughly $20 to $30 per blade for the J portion.
Okay. And how many are you getting in this first year's kit? Or do they just kind of say, we'll give you a year's worth for free?
They give us a year's worth.
Okay.
Right off the bat.
Okay. I get that. I was just curious. It wasn't going to impact my decision. I'm okay with the process. As I've stated before, security, emergency services, and technology. This is a combination of the latter of the two. I think in those areas, it's more important to get down, just as you guys did. And further on top of all that, I mean, you asked and you were sent along this path in this process, which, as Councilor Testa stated, is to ultimately come here for this discussion. So I'm entirely okay with it, and thank you for the good work on finding this. Thanks.
Councilor FISHBEIN.
Just want to go back to the process. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we always have low bid is the process, and we need permission for RFP. Is that, I guess, to the law department, if I may? It isn't that the departments have the option willy-nilly to decide low bid or RFP.
That's correct.
Okay, so, an impression was made recently up here that the process was followed. And I just, once again, with all due respect, my understanding of the process, and I think confirmed by the law department, is if you want to do RFP, that you need permission, and that we don't do that work, make those determinations, and then come to get the permission afterwards. Am I correct?
Attorney Small has corrected what I said. You have to give notice that you're going to seek RFPs.
Okay, but once again, it's not just the department's determination. There has to be some action by the department to give notice prior to engaging in that activity. And I would expect, Attorney Farrell, that notice is to the council or is it to the public?
The council.
Okay, and acknowledge, that process was not followed. And I like that process because it does allow for where we end up tonight, but I just don't want chaos, with other departments. I totally understand that. I embrace those thoughts and statements about public safety and all of that stuff, but, I don't want the police doing the same thing next week, and then, well, you let fire get away with it, so it's okay with us, and all that stuff. So, thank you for coming tonight, and I think I'm going to honor the process, and it looks like a good product. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly. Any questions or comments from the public? Name and address for the record, please.
Jeff Cohan, 10 Whispering Pines Drive. Just a quick question. Is there one vendor or were there 4 vendors that you looked at?
There were 4 vendors we looked at.
Okay.
4.
So then I'll ask my other questions. Because someone who myself has purchased a lot of products, I've had to go through this process. And what I do is go out to, the recommended vendors. We'll demo their products. They'll let us try them. Were you able to do that?
Absolutely. The process was we had each vendor, we gave them each an hour time slot. They came into the lab and they presented my committee their product, and they left that product for us to try in the lab. This isn't something we can try in the field. So when each vendor had their hour, they left their product for us to use back at the fire station, our training station. After all 4 were looked at, we whittled it down to 2, and we brought those back for extensive testing in our firehouse training lab. Every paramedic on the staff got an opportunity to try the 2 devices we had whittled down to, and essentially by overwhelming majority, the paramedics chose the GlideScope. So we did get a chance to try all 4 through a process of evaluation. 1 was immediately eliminated. Then it took some time for the second one to be eliminated, down to final 2. And then after about a few months, we came down to the GlideScope.
Perfect. That's exactly, how I would purchase my products. The one other thing I would add is a lot of times we went out to, other departments outside of state. We'd ask the vendor for, people who are using your product. Can we have a, meeting, private meeting with, whatever company that is, discuss the, without the vendor there. It's just a conversation between those 2 departments to make sure that, your testing and somebody else who's using it, meets your requirements. So I think you did the right thing.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, to talk to that point, we did have paramedics from other departments attend these sessions with us. So when the vendor would leave the room, we would ask the other paramedics that utilize other products, what's the pros and cons of the product they're using. So, we did take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
And by that, you mean other towns' fire departments?
Correct. Other fire-based paramedics.
Got it. Anything else from the public? Seeing none, I bring it back to the council, and Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, I will. Fishbein.
No.
Laffin.
Yes.
LETOURNEAU.
Yes.
Marone.
Yes.
Morgenstein.
Yes.
Shortell.
Yes.
Testa.
Yes.
Zandri.
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni.
Yes. The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
On to the water portion of our meeting, which is a presentation of design concept for a new community pool and possible action. If the members of the pool committee can come forward, please. We have audio visuals, I see, or visuals. And if you could please remind us who you are for the record.
I'm Mike Savenelli, 27 Rolling Meadow Drive, Chairman of the Pool Committee and also a member of the Park and Rec Commission.
Thank you.
Kenny Michaels, Director of Parks and Recreation.
I'm Mike Fortuna, Principal at TLB Architecture.
I think you need to be a little closer to the mic for the benefit of the recorders.
Sorry, Mike Fortuna from TLB Architecture.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for having us here tonight. I just wanted to take a few minutes to kind of put this back into perspective. We have in the audience tonight some of our committee members, Dave Gilo, Hal Chait, Michelle Borkman from Park and Rec. These people are here to help answer any questions that might come up that they have some insight on. Our goal tonight is to obtain an approval for us to move to the next phase of getting construction approval for the pool. I think the presentation that we'll be putting out tonight will show you the time, the effort, and the hours that this committee has put in over the last 2.5 years. We've taken field trips to other pools. We've talked to many people in the industry. We chose MLB because of their expertise. We went through that process, and I will tell you, working with them so far has been TLB, rather, I'm sorry, Major League Baseball. So we are very confident, very comfortable in what we have to present here. I hope you all had a chance to look at what we sent out to you. We tried to get it out to you in a timely fashion. Hopefully that worked out for you. So we're at the point now where, you know, getting your approval to move forward would be extremely important. We are on a tight timetable. The process that we're working on will allow us to have to go to wetlands, planning and zoning, and hopefully get the pool done in the year 2020 and be open for 2021. If we have a number of bumps in the road, our schedule is going to get thrown off, and we would hate to see the pool be closed for 2 years. So just keep that in mind while you're looking at our presentation. That'd be much appreciated. So I'm going to turn this over to Michael and have him do his PowerPoint presentation, and we're all here tonight to answer questions and give our input. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. I appreciate the opportunity to present this. As Mike said, this has been a pretty rigorous collaborative process with lots of people involved. I just want to point out with me tonight is Alyssa Fazzino, who's been working on this project with us from day one, and Gary Guimond from Richter and Segan Landscape Architects, who will present the site portion tonight. Just very quickly, I'm sure you're all extremely familiar with the pool, but at 43,000 square feet and 1 million gallons of water, your pool has the distinction of not only being one of the largest in the nation, but largest publicly owned pools in the world, which would be a wonderful thing if you didn't have to maintain it and operate it and staff it. Currently, the size of the pool is capable of about 1,700 occupants, far exceeding anything this pool would ever have to accommodate. The bathhouse is not only dated, but relative to the pool is small, and its location in the center of the park is sort of a bottleneck for all other park activities. So this park becomes essentially just a pool facility, and we're looking to rethink that. A couple of the other things to keep in mind, the current bus drop-off is out at the street and actually stops in the travel lane to drop the campers off, which obviously is not a great situation. So what we're hoping to do tonight is walk you through some of the decisions we made, why we made them, and what our proposed project is. But we'll start with Gary presenting the site, and we'll look first at a base project, and then a full build out with some alternates. And the intent here is that the base project provides everything that this commission was charged with providing, which is essentially the aquatic facilities and all of the support facilities for around a $5 million project. So that's the base project, but we didn't want to paint ourselves into a corner. So we looked at the site in its entirety, a more holistic approach to what the site full build out might be in the future as funding becomes available. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gary for the site portion.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, council members. So I believe you have 3 graphics in your booklet that denote the site plans. First graphic that we're looking at is the base bid site plan. The orientation of the plan has the North Main Street extension on the left side of the plan. This is the intersection here that you would enter the park, the current intersection which would remain the entrance to the park. As we go through the keyed plan, Mike will talk more about the pool and the lap pool. There's an area for a splash pad, the bathhouse with the pump room. We are currently showing a bus pull-off on the North Main Street extension here, so it could get out of the travel lanes of the roadway to dislodge the programs that come via the bus. The current parking lot is approximately 98 spaces. What we are proposing is to increase that to 116 spaces. And some portions of the existing parking lot would remain intact on the base bid, and some portions would be repaved or reoriented. There are existing shade structures out on the site. They would be relocated closer to this new pool, and we have a minimum planting of new trees to accommodate this. In addition to the parking spaces, we are providing for drop-off spaces for parents who may be dropping off children or anyone else here, as well as a location for some potential food trucks or refreshments. Orientation-wise, again from the parking, we are creating new code-compliant handicap parking spaces closer to the bathhouse, and a handicap-compliant space in this parking area if there are activities happening on the lawn area that wants to be attended to. There is an accessible route along the edge of the parking that can bring everyone from the parking places up into the building entry area here. Also, for the bus drop-off, there is a separate sidewalk coming up, connection for people coming from the crosswalk, and the existing sidewalks that are out here on North Main Street extension area. In the base bid, this area would just be a lawn area. This area would remain as it currently exists. We would be supplementing the edge of the wall here to try and deal with some erosion and some weeping that is coming out of the hillside, and that weeping flows across the parking lot. The full development plan shows consideration for other possible activities that may happen on the site, some additional landscape plantings to help provide shade, and seasonal variation on the site. There are additional trees in the parking areas and around the pool. There is a sand volleyball playground area that could be installed. An enclosed area for a play structure, playground area, picnic pavilion, an activity lawn surrounded by a central walking area. Some additional plant beds closer to the building to again get some more variation in appearance and seasonal change from the beginning of the summer towards the end. And then there are additional paths which are shown here. There are some wetlands areas on the site right here, and these paths would bring the public access out there with possibilities for educational opportunities and possibly some community garden spaces or other items out here. So essentially, your parking area is all on the lower portion of the site coming up, and you have multiple access points to get to the pool area from the sidewalks, North Main Street extension, from the parking areas. On the full build-out, you have additional walkway surrounding the activity lawn, and then that brings you all into the pool area. The alternate bid items, which are shown as part of that full development, included the additional tree plantings that I spoke about, the sand volleyball pit, the playground area, the picnic pavilion, the activity lawn area, additional planting beds, and the pathways out here. Again, these are future proposed developments that could happen as funding becomes available.
I would just like to clarify on the community garden comment, that is not a community vegetable garden like we have over on East Center Street. This would be more of a flower butterfly type of thing that would be maintained hopefully by the garden club if we chose to do that. So I just wanted to make sure that you weren't thinking another community garden. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go backwards for just a second to take a look at the placement of the bathhouse because the placement of that bathhouse is very important to its operation and function. So it's located up near the front of the site and adjacent to both the splash pad and the pool. So let's go forward to the bathhouse. So the bathhouse plan does a couple of things. It's oriented with an obvious access control point at the center so that people coming and going can show their tags to make sure that they've paid the appropriate fees, that they're town residents, etc. In the locker room, the bathhouse provides for traditional locker rooms for men and women that are sized appropriately for the surge of kids coming when the camps get dropped off. And they're sort of traditional for anybody comfortable in that setting. We also have a couple of individual changing rooms with showers to be used for families. For example, a mother with a young son or vice versa could use those rooms. But the other important thing here is its proximity to the splash pad allows you to close the locker rooms in the shoulder seasons when the splash pad is operating but the pool is not, and still leave 2 toilet rooms available for use for the splash pad without having to open the entire building. So the proposed bathhouse is just over 3,000 square feet, so it's a little bit smaller than the current bathhouse. And there's a partial basement for the pumps and some pool equipment to keep that below the water level for maximum efficiency. But it also allows us to get rid of the filter building that's currently on the site, reducing the overall footprint of built items on the site so that it becomes more park-like. The controlled entry point is important for a couple of things. One, it defines the entry point to the pool, brings people in and out in an orderly manner, and then also provides a shade area with some sitting walls at the front for kids waiting for a pickup or camps waiting for the bus. The pool itself is about 8,000 square feet. Can accommodate 320 occupants, and we spent a lot of time right-sizing this pool, and what we found was that 8,000 square feet is not only the right size, but this particular layout offers the opportunity to zone the pool for lots of different activities, so it really becomes a multi-purpose pool. The pool that you have now is kind of the same everywhere. This one provides for a zero depth entry, which is kind of like a beach entry. It has a kiddie slide that goes into very shallow water. It has a water flume slide for older kids that goes into about 3.5 feet of water. It's got a large area for just recreation, leisure, learn to swim, those sorts of programs. And then there's 4 25-yard lap lanes. And the orientation of the lap lanes allows you to modulate that down to 1 lane in slower times and give all of that surface water back to the recreational pool when you don't need the lap lanes, or put the lane lines in and operate the 4 lap lines adjacent to the recreational area. We've also incorporated a water volleyball area and a water basketball area so that there's something attractive to older kids that currently don't use the pool very often. One of the other key design elements is a lot of lawn area within the fence line. Right now, if you visit the pool, you're essentially in the water or on concrete. So this provides an opportunity to have a layout area, lay a towel down, spend the day there, and not be sitting on concrete when you're not in the water. So this is just an example of some of the features. On the left is the water flume slide for older kids. It puts quite a bit of water down the slide, so you get a little speed coming in. And the key thing is that the bottom of the slide is actually in the water, so it's very safe because you're dislodging from the slide in the water as opposed to dropping into the water. The kiddie slide is very little bit of water just to keep you from the strawberries. But it goes into very shallow water and is appropriate for little kids. And then the basketball and volleyball are somewhat self-explanatory. There's a large splash pad with about 15 features, and it's zoned roughly in half so that it's activated by 2 activation bollards, one on either side. One zone is geared towards littler children, one zone is geared towards older children and adults, frankly. And the way this works is that when you enter the pool, splash pad, you'll touch the activator, water will go on, it'll be set to a timer. You can control whether that's 1 minute, 5 minutes, 8 minutes. And so it's only running when there's somebody using it, it's not running all the time. That's a water savings feature that's been incorporated over the last several years. And there's a variety of features that allow a lot of interactive water play. So for the little children, there's some constant low flow features, but there's some interactive things too, which are not only fun but educational because you kind of see how water works. There are timed, so there's some features that are constant flow and there's some that sort of pulse so kids guess when the water's coming, and they have a lot of fun trying to make that guess. So you can see in the rendering sort of the zoning of closest to the bathhouse are the smaller features for the smaller children, then they get progressively larger with an activation bollard on each side. So this not only provides activities for all age groups, but it sort of keeps the older kids away from the younger kids. So the oldest of the kids are on one end, the youngest are on the other end, and then they sort of mix towards the middle as they mix ages. The types of features we're talking about. So on the left is the activation bollard. That's what you touch on the way in. And these are examples of what's proposed for the younger kids. There's lots of color, lots of water, some interaction. The ones on the bottom right, if you step on one to block the flow of water, it accelerates it in the other ones. The kid with twisting the blue one on the upper right, that changes the pulse of water. So there's a lot of activity. And then for the older kids, the features are bigger, higher flow of water. The interactive features start to incorporate multiple kids, so you can spray water at your friends or some unsuspecting parent watching. But it's lots of color, lots of water, lots of fun. And the splash pads are set up so that when the pool is operating during the summer season, the splash pad could be part of the pool or it can be separate from the pool. But in the shoulder seasons, when the pool closes down, if you have those hot days in May or October, you're able to open the splash pad with the pool completely closed down, a small portion of the bathhouse open, and you can operate the splash pads without opening the entire facility. Shade is very important, and so what we're proposing as a cost savings measure is to relocate the 5 existing shade structures. They're in good shape, they're relatively inexpensive to move, so we'll reuse those. And then we have a large structure, canopy type structure in the entry between the buildings. That does a couple of things. One, it signifies the entry point for everybody coming to the bathhouse and to the pool. And then it provides much needed shade for the staff that have to sit there at that desk during the summer day. And then there's alternates available to provide any number of shade structures depending on available funds. And so we would propose to have shade at the splash pad and some around the pool. There are several mature trees which will provide shade in the park. And then, as Gary mentioned, we can add trees again as budget allows. So the bathhouse is a very simple building. It's durable, sustainable. It's a high life cycle building with durable materials, natural ventilation, natural daylight. And the scale of the building is broken down by the two separate buildings so that it feels much smaller in the park. When we do buildings in parks, we understand that the development is about the park, it's not about the building. So we don't want the building to stand out, especially as we move it closer to the street. This is a rendering of the overall pool. This is the base bid approach, so you can see the sort of free-flowing pool where all of the zones can operate independently or all be connected to provide larger leisure and recreational areas. Again, the separation of the slides for the older kids and the younger kids is to keep some separation. So there's a high activity zone in the deeper water and a lower activity zone in the shallower water. And then again, a lot of generous lawn areas so families can make a longer stay in the park. And then there's a subtle difference here, but if you look in the background, you can see this incorporates all of the alternate features. So you can see the sand volleyball, the picnic pavilion, the playground, and additional landscaping. Playgrounds as the alternate, those can run the gamut, obviously from very simple to very complex. We've put in the budget a range because of that variation. And the paving surface or the safety surface can also be widely varying from simply providing a safe fall zone to having the fall protection actually part of the playscape, as you see on the left. The volleyball, again, this is a pretty high impact, low cost option. It could be formalized like this photo with an edge, soft edge, or it can simply be sand flush with the grass. If you get a good high quality volleyball net, the rest of it is fairly inexpensive. And then park amenities, benches, bike racks, trash cans can all dramatically impact the overall appearance of the park so that the park structures don't feel like a downtown structure. So you're probably wondering what this all cost. We've got a lot of data from recent pools that we've built, but we've also retained the services of an independent cost estimator who's taken a second look at this, so we're pretty comfortable that these numbers are realistic. And we broke it down by the sort of major groups, and our target was to stay in or around that $5 million construction budget. So by virtue of the sheer size of your existing pool, we're going to spend nearly $500,000 on demolition and site prep. There's a lot of pavement that needs to come out of the ground. There's 2 buildings, a lot of underground piping. So we're going to need about $500,000, a little under $500,000 to prep the site. The new buildings and structures are about $1.5 million. Excuse me. The aquatic facility is about $1.8 million. About $700,000 in site work, and we've put a $450,000 contingency, and that puts construction at about $5 million, just under $5 million. We also recognize there are soft costs, AE fees, survey, geotech, environmental engineering, cost estimating, all of that. It's estimated at $750,000. Excuse me, I think it'll be a little less than that, but that puts the total project cost at $5.65 million. And then
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Just with regard to the 750,000, does that include the money we've already appropriated?
Yes, that includes all of the architects and engineering fees. Geotech has been signed up under a separate contract. Environmental engineering will be any day now. But that includes money that's already been allocated. The alternates, the picnic pavilion, we estimated about 40,000. The playground, as I mentioned, there's a wide variety. So we're estimating 125 to $500,000, depending on what you would want to do out there. Sand volleyball, again, low impact, or high impact, low cost, relatively. The splash pad could be expanded. The base bid on the paving reclaims or leaves the existing pavement for the majority. It's new pavement where we've added on, but we can do an alternate to reclaim and resurface that pavement for about 200,000. So all of those, as we develop the construction documents and we're constantly doing budget checks along the way, those can be bid as alternates or future phases depending on the funding. So just a quick summary, programmatic benefits, the reduced footprint of this building or this pool will make it much safer and easier to guard. The traditional pool construction and systems allow for a fully code compliant and health department approved facility. The multi-purpose pool provides a variety of activities for all ages. The lawns create a welcoming environment for longer stays. Splash pad gives non-swimmers a viable aquatic program. So there are lots of kids and adults who are not comfortable in a swimming pool. Either they don't know how to swim or they're just not comfortable in the water. The splash pad gives them another option. The park layout provides for other non-aquatic park programs, so the playscape, the volleyball, so it's using the park to its maximum efficiency. Much safer bus drop-off, and the expanded parking reduces the impact on the neighboring streets during the overflow times. Lots of environmental benefits. As I mentioned, you're going from about 1 million gallons of water to about 175,000 gallons of water. And there's all of the chemicals that are needed to treat that. So that gets reduced by about 80%. There's a significant reduction in impervious area, so the water going to the wetlands will be much cleaner than the runoff you currently have. As Gary mentioned, the gabion wall at the edge of the parking lot to control erosion and leak off down the hill. The new systems and lighting are much more efficient, and we're naturally daylighting the bathhouse, so it's not unusual for these buildings to not turn the lights on at all during the day. And the buildings are also naturally ventilated. And the systems and assemblies are selected for low maintenance and high life cycle. There's no such thing as a maintenance-free swimming pool, but we can make it much more maintenance-friendly than what you currently have. The economic benefits pretty much parallel the environmental benefits in terms of reduced water, reduced chemicals, reduced energy consumption, reduced maintenance, but it also provides an opportunity for larger usership and increased revenues. So I'll give it back to Mike to get into the weeds on some of the budgeting, or on the revenue side.
Let me also note that the seasons are going to be extended. I know we didn't talk about that, but we're hoping that May would be a splash pad season, and then in June we would open the pool, and then hopefully close the pool on Labor Day and have the splash pad open as long as the weather would permit. So if we get into October or September, we have Indian summers, it'll be available for the residents to use this. And plus we're going to mess around with the hours a little bit too, so I think we'll have residents have more opportunity to use the facility. What I did here was, I've been working on this for a few years, and unfortunately the pool has cost the town money year after year based on costs and so on. So what we did here was we looked at 2019, and if you notice, we generated $61,630 basically in pool rentals, tags, etc. Then I broke it down what we would generate in 2021 based on based on different price ranges of the pool tags. So the money shows the increase going along. Now, Michael and other people I've talked to indicate the first couple of years there's an increase of 10 to 25% in pool tag sales because everybody wants to go to something new, obviously. And then once they get there, they keep coming back because it's a lot more attractive than what we're currently offering to the residents. So I did a little spread here on 10% increase and a 20% increase. And even if we stick around the $40 area, we're at $138,000 in revenue against, to the next slide, Michael. 2019 was $169,000. So in 2019, we had an operation deficit of about $107,000. So what we did here is we broke this down based on 2021, and as you can see, it brings it a lot closer. And these numbers here, cost-wise, you can see one of the things we did here with lifeguards, we left the lifeguards alone for two reasons. One, we have the minimum wage scenario changing. Two, the extended season. So based on that, we just left that as is, and I think that's just kind of a conservative way of looking at that because we really can't anticipate that how far it would go down. But it should go down. It will not go up. It should go down. We also had a decrease, obviously, in chemicals, water and sewer, and hopefully we'll have an increase, decrease no painting. So that's not a bad number. We're looking at a $24,000 loss here versus the $107 that we did. Now over here, the P&L summary, we broke this down based on pool tax sales and based on increases. So for instance, at $40 with no increase, we would lose this the first year. If we went to the 10% increase, it would be $16,000, and a 20% increase would be $9,649. So the long and short of it is if we went to $45 with a 20% increase, the pool would have a positive operating budget. And I think the goal here is not to have a pool that's going to make money, but a pool that could be self-sustaining on an operational basis. So that's our goal. That's an analysis that we've spent a lot of time on. And as I mentioned, we've been working on this now for over 2.5 years, talking about it for about 4. And so I think our homework, and I think what you're seeing so far tonight kind of indicates the amount of time and effort put into this, not just with our committee, but with TLB and the people that we've worked with throughout the state where we've made actual field trip visits.
So just to wrap up on schedule, Mike mentioned earlier that the goal is to move quickly through this process so that we're out to bid and able to start construction when the weather breaks in the spring. So we only lose one season with the pool, and it's up and running for the summer of '21. So that's the goal. That's all we have for presentation, but obviously we're happy to take any questions and answers.
Thank you for that presentation. My initial question, because I just think it'll provide some clarity, it wasn't obvious to me the difference between the splash pad and the base project and the expanded splash pad.
The base project provides for 15 features. The expanded alternate would just add features up to about 21.
Okay, so that's about a 30% expansion.
Right.
Okay. With that, I will move on. Councilor Morgenstein.
Thank you, gentlemen. I took a bunch of notes, so bear with me. And I apologize, I haven't made it to your morning meetings in the last year, but I have a new job, and maybe again you'll see me. So one of the first things that jumped out at me that I have been hearing from the public is a wish to keep the 6 lanes of lap. So a question, are we here tonight on your timeline prepared to make any changes at all to what you've presented us and remain on a timeline?
Yeah, so first to the timeline, we're here to get input, so if there are changes necessary, obviously we have time to make those changes. We discussed 2, 4, 6, and 8 lanes at length during the design process. We evaluated how much use the existing lanes get, and that's how we landed at the 4. The reality of how many people are using the lanes kind of on a daily basis, there's always some spikes and peaks, was that 4 seemed to work out okay. There was no competitive programming here. It was strictly exercise. And so what happened, every time we visited the site and then got input from staff, it seemed like the 4 lanes would suffice. So that's how we ended up with the 4. And what happens is they sort of self-sort into their speed, so you get multiple people in each lane swimming. And you could comfortably get 3 to 4 in each lane swimming laps as long as they get in the right lane and swim with their speed.
When we did our research, we found out that the lap lanes were limitedly not being used to the fullest extent that we had thought. Again, because we don't have any competitive swimming. So I think Kenny could probably address that better as far as how much they actually get used.
I wonder if it's a time of day thing, because again,
It does vary based on the usage at the pool. We're never in a situation where people are vying for a lane or where people are waiting. It's a constant evolving door, so to speak, of people coming in and out of each lane. And that's how we came up to the 4-lane concept, because based on the average amount, I think it was probably somewhere around about 3 to 4 swimmers, I think, that we were looking at on a busy day going into those lanes. So we're never at the capacity.
I think what happens, and we see this in communities all the time, the lap swimmers are a fairly vocal group. And so there may be a lot of them, but they're not all there at the same time. And so we routinely build 6 and 8 lanes when there's a competitive program, but when the competition's not happening, we rarely see more than 2 or 3 lanes being used at any given time. But to answer the original question, can we make changes? It would be very simple to extend the peninsula and add 2 lanes without a dramatic change in footprint. It's just, whether or not that's necessary is the question.
Okay, well, and again, I think you're going to hear from the public, because I see some faces out here that have asked this.
Yeah, I think sometimes what happens is you build things, it's like building a church for Easter Sunday, and you build a pool with 6 laps that aren't being used. And we also went outside of Wallingford and talked to some other communities, and they had the same situation. They had 8 laps, 3 or 4 are being used. And again, if a swimmer is swimming here and somebody follows them, you could put 2 people on 1 lap. It's not really on one lap lane. So I think, again, it's just a matter of, but we did do the research and we feel that the 4 will certainly suffice.
Okay, well, I won't belabor it because I have a few more questions. So, and then the 8,000 square feet, 175,000 gallons, how does that compare to surrounding towns, pool size?
One of the first things we did, maybe the very first thing we did, was put together a matrix of all of the pools in surrounding communities that we've designed, which I think we had a list of maybe a dozen, compared population to area. A lot of communities have multiple pools, so we took that into account, total surface area of water. At the end of the day, the health department defines how many people you can put in a square foot of water, in this case 25 square feet of water. And so we sort of backed into the number based on peak loads for the last several years, anticipated bump in occupancy for those first several years. And that's how we arrived at the 8,000. It's a little bit larger on a square footage per person basis than a lot of the surrounding communities. It's smaller than some, but the ones that are typically larger have a large competitive program. And that drives the overall size of the pool, and in many cases depth if they have a diving program.
Plus, the splash pad is going to take away from utilization of the pool, because we've been to these, we've taken field trips, and there were so many kids that are just in the splash pad that had no concern whatsoever about the pool.
The pool, yeah, no, I think the size sound right, so I just wanted some comparison. And then I'm not completely familiar with the camp's usage, so are we talking like the Y?
So we're talking our playground programs. So we have 3 playground sites at 3 elementary schools, and they take 1 field trip a session, so there's 2 sessions, so 6 overall field trips through a 6-week period. And then our teen travel camp, which is our summer sizzlers, which is for kids ages 12 to 15, they'll make probably anywhere between 1 to 2 visits to the pool. So you're looking at about 8 field trips. Just in our camps, the Y has not requested to use the pool for their camp purposes. I believe the Boys and Girls Club did this year. They did attend.
But it would be a staggered thing, it's not like you're gonna have.
No, we plan
camp
accordingly,
there.
so
Yeah,
everybody's not arriving on a Wednesday,
Right.
and all of a
Yeah,
sudden we
yeah.
have 400 kids at the pool.
Right, okay, yeah,
Group is 125 is the maximum camp group at any one time.
keeping it in mind, okay, great. And, yeah, so and so some of the obvious things that have been brought up from way back that maybe aren't necessarily exactly part of this discussion yet, with your break even and how to pay out of town, paying online, all of the things that help to make the success of paying for the pool happen are yet to be determined, or?
So we've explored a lot of different avenues as far as payment, passes, how things are going to work out. If we had to start selling passes tomorrow, we have a plan in place as far as resident season passes, day passes. But we're a year and a half away from if and when this does open. So there could be changes over that time that we could explore, whether we want to do non-resident day passes, season passes, so on and so forth.
Yeah, so I'll just give my 2 cents. You are only gonna succeed, you're gonna succeed because it's gonna be a great facility. But I grew up in a sleepy little town, Marlborough, Connecticut. It has a lake. All my growing up years, if, you know, the grandkids came for the day and they weren't residents, you know, Grandma had the ability to know that she could get out of town passes for those kids. And in the times that we live in, you know, people being able to go online, make that happen, it kind of comes around to the will of the administration of making this happen, and that's the way we are going to get this to pay, because the young families are going to want to come, they're going to have visitors show up from out of town, and those people need to be able to be getting into our pool. This idea of, well, what about the drowning? And I think I just need to put to rest the idea, we never had a drowning at Community Pool. We had a near drowning because there was concern over passes and who was identified. We became scared of people from out of town, but you know, we are going to be incentivizing our families that are buying here, living here, utilizing this pool more so by allowing them to purchase online and have guests as well. So it's completely possible to tell where someone's from and do a guest pass. It just has to be the will. And it's not you guys, I completely realize that, so I won't belabor that, but.
We do have a plan for that.
Good,
Okay,
yeah.
and the plan is to allow people who are relatives, grandchildren, things of that nature, staying with grandma and grandpa for a week, to sell different types of passes to them. As far as a strict out-of-town person coming in from North Haven wanting to buy a pool pass, that's not on the table right now.
No, it needs to be a
Right.
guest. Yeah, it's a guest.
So that's kind
I
of where we
get
are,
that.
just
Yeah,
guests.
yeah, we're not looking to, you know, be the pool of the whole area. Okay, and then just some of the green things, the greener bathhouse, sunlight, ventilation, the whole area having less impervious, everything we do that is greener and better. I very much like the idea. Now, are we ecological enough that truly the lighting and things that are in there will be not just energy saving, but really toward, I mean, I don't know if there's a LEED standard of a bathhouse, but.
There is, but it's not practical in a seasonal operation, because you don't have the heating equipment to make that work. But as I mentioned, it's not unusual at all for us to design bathhouses where you never turn on the lights.
Right.
You have, you may have an exhaust fan that you operate for those dog days of August where it's just, stagnant air, but generally speaking, they're naturally ventilated. So the energy consumption on the bathhouse is very low. The pumps are very efficient now. In a year-round facility, there are things you can do to make them more efficient, but again, in a seasonal operation, the payback is, very long. We still look at it, but those are the kinds of detailed decisions we'll make as we move forward.
Yeah.
But suffice it to say that we'll be as sustainable as a bathhouse can be.
Great.
And a site.
Good. And then my last question, so the food trucks, is that yet to be determined? We are not doing concession?
Yeah, we're not doing concessions.
That's
We're going to
fine.
do a food truck. We have to come up with a relatively fair fee to charge on a weekly basis to them, a flat fee. We're not going to get involved with a commission structure or amounts of sales, just a rental charge and they're on their own.
And planning and zoning is on board?
We'll know that in a few weeks.
You're
After you give us
moving
our approval tonight, we'll get that done.
Yeah, right, okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you so much.
Councilor Laffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all you guys. I know everybody's probably going to spend 5 minutes thanking you tonight too, but it seemed like this went relatively fast for a government thing to happen. So thank you for that. From the fears of the pools closing last summer to we kept it open too, and now we have a new plan. And I think this was even stated a year or two ago, that the idea being that it would possibly close for 2020 and then reopen. And the largest pool thing in the world, I didn't know, so I want to take the opportunity to thank all the historic groups in town for not putting this pool on a do not build or demo list, so that we're stuck with it forever as some large cement swimming hole. I love the pool and the splash pad, 15 or 21, whatever items we can talk about. So I'm going to go really quick, kind of past that. I love those, and I think that came out really well. The rest of the things I kind of have questions about. Bathhouse looks great, the dynamic and the structure and the central entrancing. I understand all that. I was curious about, and this, I don't mean this to be an overreaching, like you guys have been through hours of meetings and now here I am. The orientation more towards the road, like I think like 95% of the parking spaces are away from the entrance. Was there any discussion or thought about having that turned more or on the other side so that most of the parking spaces fed in? Right now you have, I think it's 4 or 5 it's not up, handicap spaces there, and everybody else has to walk what looks like a really good distance. Not that anybody's going to really complain, maybe it's to work up a sweat so they get in the pool or whatever, but I was just wondering if that came up at all.
It did, and the rationale for locating the building where there were a couple of rationales. One was when the camps drop off at the street, to get them off the street and into the building as quickly as possible so they're not wandering through the parking lot. But the other reality is, if we migrated towards the center of the park to shorten the walk on the parking, it sort of bisects the site. And so now there's sort of a linear progression that connects all of the various program pieces through the park. And if the bathhouse was turned to the middle of the park, now the starting point's in the middle, it's not on one end.
It would interrupt the feed of the splash pad or the activity area or whatever.
And then the bathhouse becomes adjacent to the dry areas, the playground, the sand volleyball pit, the activity lawn, that it's not there to serve. So in the off season, when that's shut down, the park until winter is still a viable park without the shut down piece in the middle of the park.
Okay. And then handicap access, pool, splash pad, all that. I mean, it's pretty zero entry. I imagine will there be some sort of lowering thing for the lap area or
lift, yep.
A lift, right?
Can I ask you to be conscious of the microphone.
I'm sorry,
They're
yes.
not picking you up in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, so I love all that stuff. The playground and activity area, I would probably be a big proponent of doing that later for the sake of money and everything else like that. The only thing I think I could lean in on that area is the picnic pavilion, or some sort of more formal staged area, because I imagine that would be heavily used, especially in the first couple of summers. The nature trail, I'm probably a big no. We have the linear trail already. I didn't see any cost for the nature trail either, but I also kind of just have horrible visions of security issues with it being way in the back and kids disappearing, and how do you even patrol that? Cops getting on bikes at night with lights or something, I don't know. What's the life of this pool before major renovation?
Well, the concrete structure of the pool is a 50-year structure.
Okay.
The building, realistically, because of the seasonal swings are really hard on buildings, so it might be 25 to 30 years. But there's not a lot of systems, so it's really the building envelope. Now, obviously, the more money you spend up front, the longer the life cycle of the building.
Sure.
But it's a relatively small building, so at some point there's a breakover point where you decide it's okay to re-site it in 25 years rather than build a 50-year siding.
Right.
With the upfront cost.
And when we talked about the budgeting for the pool and trying to not just break even, but maybe not make a little money, but so that we're not going in the hole on it, are we building into that some sort of yearly maintenance or savings so that we can try and minimize the amount of time before we have to do some sort of major paint work or redo of anything? I'm trying to get an idea of, if we're spending the $6 million now, are the council 10 years from now, they're going to be dropping another 1 or 2 to do some sort of renovation?
Yeah, there's $22,250 in the budget for contract maintenance to do the upkeep that's needed. So that number is essentially the same as what your operating budget has now.
Okay.
For the first several years, you won't need that much, but over time, you'll start to need more.
Okay. Okay. The paving was on the extra side. To me, that seems like something we would need to do, no? It's basically a whole new parking lot, and we're not going to use half of what is existing because it's going to become a wider driveway.
Well, I think if we decide to do the whole parking lot, the additional cost is $200,000. So that's certainly something we could talk about, because having the whole thing paved together at one time is obviously going to be a little more attractive than having it
Correct.
parking lot,
Right.
new parking lot. But again, we're trying to keep this thing within a certain budgetary process.
Yeah, and I just want to, so I wanted to kind of level people's expectations. With the $5.6 million, it's a lot of money, and that was thrown out there. Now, we did learn that some of that includes money we've already kind of committed or spent to get this far, but for another $250,000 you're talking about, that's what it would take to pave and put the picnic pavilions in.
Right.
And I think those seem, to me anyway, like very simplistic or core things that we should include. I know it's nice we're reusing some of the shade apparatuses and things like that. But if we're really looking to, if you build it, they will come, we need a place for them to sit down and park. They're already going to have to walk, so we might as well have a nice parking lot to walk through, I guess, right? So I'm not, I'm a proponent of the pool. I'm swallowing still. I had time to review it, but I'm still swallowing the $5.6 million. I wanted to know how long we thought the pool could last, because that factors into what type of investment are we putting into it now. What do we have to do tonight to keep things moving so you don't lose momentum? Or how much time do we have before we have to do something so you don't lose momentum before we're all signing a check for $5.6 million? I mean, so I want to know too, and there's work and there's questions probably. We don't want to just pay cash for this. Like, what kind of interesting ways are there to pay for this? And and all those things. So there's a lot that has to go into that component, but I don't want to slow you down if that's not possible, if it's possible not to slow you down. So what are you looking for tonight that's not going to cost me $5.6 million?
Well, I guess we want to go out for the next bidding process, right?
Well, the next step is to go from the schematic level to full construction documents to get it ready to bid and construct. So you've already allocated the funds to get it that far.
Okay.
What we would need to be sure of is that we don't get to the end of construction documents to find out you want to, dramatically change something.
Okay.
So, things like the lap lanes or other programmatic elements, we need some sense. There's certainly time to make some tweaks now, but, wholesale changes would be problematic.
Okay.
The goal is to be out on the streets for bid by February.
Okay.
So that we're ready to build it as soon as the weather breaks. So you get all the contracting permit in place March, April, hit the ground running as soon as it thaws.
Okay.
In the meantime, we do have to go to wetlands, planning and zoning, etc. So
I know.
we want to proceed with those knowing that we're going the right way. To go through that and not having an approval is kind of like, spinning your wheels. So.
Yeah, I just didn't want to sign a check tonight. That is it from me right now. Thank you, guys.
Councilor Shortell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. It's a great presentation. I want to preface my remarks or my questions by saying, I'm for this project. I want to get it right. So take everything I'm going to ask you in the spirit of just getting it right. And they're kind of random just based on, as you were presenting. Let's talk about the size. So, and I have two questions on the size. I guess my first question is I'm trying to conceptualize, I see it in the rendering. Mm-hmm. And so I'm trying to, we go to the current pool, which I know is huge. So I'm trying to sort of say, all right, so this is going to be what, 20% the size of the current pool, give or take. I was an English major, so my math could be off, but.
About 25%.
25%. So I'm just trying to conceptualize what that is, because part of me thinks that's really cutting the pool down. Like Wallingford's had this really big pool for 50 years and now we're really chopping it down. I get the expense in maintaining the largest pool in the world or the hemisphere. But part of me thinks that, and then part of me thinks, well, you go to a resort, they don't have, a massive pool. We went to Disney a few years ago and the pool, I don't know how big it was, but it didn't look that much bigger than what you're proposing here and everyone was happy. So anyway, I don't know. I don't know if you can help me with that, or if I just have to. If there's a comparable, I guess my question is: are there comparable pools in the area I could go drive by or walk into that you could point me to?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. For example, go ahead. For example, West Hartford operates 4 outdoor pools. We recently replaced Beachland and Fernridge in Beachland Park and Fernridge Park in West Hartford. Those are comparably sized to this one. Willowbrook Pool in New Britain over near Beehive Stadium is comparably sized. We just opened this year A.W. Stanley Pool, which is much larger, but a lot of similar features, or some similar features. But the two in West Hartford are probably the closest of the similar size. But we spent a lot of time talking about the pool size because we understand completely that going from 43,000 square feet to 8,000 square feet is a drastic change. And so we wanted to make sure we got it right, and we did a lot of research, benchmarking against other communities, not just locally, but one of our team members, Councilman Hunsacker, are a national aquatic design group. So they've got data from across the country on community pools, pool size, pool usage, operations. And so we sort of put all of that in the mix, created a matrix to come to this size. Now, when I mentioned the 320 occupants, keep in mind that if there's 320 people through the door, typically only about half of them are in the water at a time. So when you look at, if you go out to the community pool now, a third of the pool is closed off, it's roped off, you can't even use it. And when you look at the heads bobbing and the rest of it, they're really spread out. So that's an indicator that the pool is much larger than you need, but it also makes it difficult to guard because it's more like guarding on a beach than on a pool. So we're comfortable that the 8,000 for this community is the right size, but we're not asking you to just take our word for it. That's based on a lot of research, a lot of data, and a lot of experience, both with our firm in Connecticut and Councilman Hunsaker nationwide.
I appreciate that. Does your data factor in that some of the towns you're comparing it to may have, like you just mentioned, West Hartford has multiple pools.
Yeah.
We only have one pool, and we have no shoreline. So I mean, are these apples to apples comparisons we're making?
Yeah, we factored in total surface area of water for the population, not any one pool. So in West Hartford, for example, their 4 pools total about 4 times your surface area, but they're a much larger population. We did a similar analysis, the city of Hartford, for example, much larger community. They also operate multiple pools, so we factored all of that in. We also factored in historical use data. So a community like Wallingford, where you only have one pool, it's almost dead center in town. We sort of figured out, what neighborhoods are feeding into it to try and figure out, how many kids are showing up at once. The biggest spike is the camps. That 125 kids, when they show up all at once, that's the biggest spike. And then we feel like we've got the right surface area for the rest.
I think the other important factor is that the splash pad is 3,000 square feet of aquatic facility. So that somewhere has to be figured in because you're going to get a lot of utilization there where you're not going to have in the pool as we do today.
Yeah, I mean, in my head, that's what I was, when I think about the current pool, in my mind, I was eliminating, like, there's the third of the current pool, maybe about a third, that it's the kiddie part, it's the shallow part on the right side if you're, so I was thinking, yeah, if you factor that would be, people would use the splash pad instead of that. The other side of the pool is always closed, and there's sort of that center side, that's what I was trying to picture, okay, so how big is it compared to sort of the center part? I don't want to harp on this. I just want to have, like I said, then have another question on the process. Just because the size has consistently shrunk. So I'm struggling with why we didn't start with an 8,000 square foot. Because when I go back to the minutes a year ago, Park and Rec Commission recommended on June 5th, 21,850 square foot pool. That was your pool committee meeting. And then you came before us almost exactly a year ago on the 25th of September last year. And at that time it was 12,900. So, and now we're at 8,000. So again, I understand everything you just said about data, research. I'm just trying to grasp why wasn't that the starting point? It just feels like, the incredible shrinking pool. And I'm just trying to.
Well, from the committee's perspective, I'll have Michael talk about it from his perspective. We got some misinformation about what we should be looking at, and until we got a hold of some people who were in the industry and we actually did some number crunching and realizations of going out and doing field trips, talking to other park and rec facilities, we had a rude awakening that even at 13,000 square feet it was way too big of a pool. So again, we came in, we were probably a little greener than we are now. I think most of the commission and the committee can go work for Michael at this point because we know that much about pools.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, and excuse the pun, but until you do the deep dive to figure out what your community needs, it's really hard to base a pool size strictly on population. Every community is different. There are communities that have an enormous competitive program, and those change the numbers. There are communities that run programs that are unusual, like kayak and canoe races in the pool, and that drives the size of the pool even though you don't have the occupant loads. So it's really about looking at not just the population but the programs and recognizing that you want to be able to expand the programs, but you need to have some understanding of what's realistic. And so, as Mike mentioned earlier, you can't build the church for Easter Sunday. You've got to come to some logical resolution on what can be reasonably anticipated so you're not building too much. Because you're just paying for it at first cost and operating cost.
So with the same, with the splash, let's go to the splash pad. So the splash pad, you said it was 3,000 feet. Again, the one that was discussed a year ago, it was almost 5,000. So same thing?
We went to Lighthouse Park and we saw the size of that splash pad and it was like enormous. It was about 5,500 square feet and there was just no way that we could justify and no need for it, to be honest. When you talk about Lighthouse Park, you're talking about tons of people going in there during the summertime. So again, we had a rude awakening and we learned something.
Okay.
The other thing I'd mentioned about the splash pad is, if you recall some of the photos, there's two ways to do a splash pad. One is you have individual features that have one spray of water. A lot of the features we're showing are like flowers and things that drop water in multiple places. So it's not one kid standing there. One feature could have 3, 4, 5 kids around it. So you can consolidate footprint by changing the type of feature you have.
Okay. Something Councilor LAFFIN asked triggered this question, and if you addressed it and I missed it, I apologize, because Councilor LAFFIN asked about paint, but my understanding was we actually paint the pool, but we wouldn't be painting this pool. It's a different surface, correct? Or
well, that decision hasn't been made yet. There are a lot of different ways to do pools. Most of the pools we do are paint, but they're epoxy paint on concrete, not tennis court paint on bituminous. So there's one of the decisions that a risk manager will make, not us, is whether you keep the water in the pool in the winter, and that drives the longevity of the paint. So if you keep the pool full of water in the winter, you're probably going to be repainting the pool every 7 or 8 years. If you drain it every 5 or 6 years, but that's sort of the tried and true municipal pool. But that said, there's a lot of other technologies available that we'll explore from a cost basis and a life cycle basis. Everything from PVC lined stainless steel pools to liner pools. There's a lot of options out there.
The current paint issue, from what I understand, is that when we did pave the pool back in 1998, I believe, we didn't give it time to cure before we went in there and painted it. And it's been a nightmare ever since. And I was with a nurse, I was with a nurse the other night, my wife were talking, and she works with some of the camps. And she explained to me that she actually, while she's there with the camps, take out blue splinters from the kids' feet because the paint is actually like a sliver. Yeah. So, that's another problem. So, I mean, we spent over $2 million in 1998 to get the pool to where it was. Think about that for a moment, and then the issues we've had along the way, so.
Right, and do it right. That's the thing, we gotta do it right the first time, or this time. Okay, this is maybe a dumb question, the slide, because on the rendering, it looks like you slide right into the volleyball area. So, am I looking at it correctly, or?
You are, you wouldn't run those programs simultaneously.
Okay, well, I didn't know, someone's going up for a spike and then little Johnny comes sliding down, okay.
Could be a new sport.
Is the volleyball net removable then?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, got it.
They're in stanchions in the deck.
Okay.
You just pick them up and take them out.
In terms of the extras in the alternate or the fully developed version, I agree with Councilor LAFFIN on the pavilion. To me, the sand volleyball court's a no-brainer. I mean, it's not that expensive. I know people who will use it. The playground gives me pause. The playground, when I see that range, I mean, playgrounds are expensive. I feel like I wouldn't, I'd almost rather put another splash pad in, but you just said we don't want a big splash pad. But I don't know that it needs a playground, like ever. But that's the one where I would pause. The rest of the other extras, I think I would be for. I agree with Councilor Morgenstein when she talked about, ease of access, and I was glad to hear that we're already talking about this. The new pool will be open till Labor Day. I was hung up on that because it's usually warm. Of course, this year it was like 50 some of those nights, which was great. But I think how we run it, again, do it right. Make it accessible for people, so that's just as important as all these physical aspects to how we actually build it. on the revenue expectations, you're basing it off 2019 sales. All your projections were based off 2019. And I understand, so, and I guess I would think that those are underestimated because I'm going back to like 2010 sales, you know, you had 5,300 tags. I get that a lot of that may have been people who are out of towners there were some fake addresses. I mean, I've heard the stories about when you guys clamped down on that and all but I mean, I think I would expect even more revenue. I think, you know, they came then and they came to the current pool back then. Imagine what they would come, you know, with this current proposal. Tell me again, and I'm sorry, the splash pad. So they press something when they go in? Like, we've been to splash pads, you just go in, run around, and...
Right, so as a
what's
water savings measure, there's an activation bollard, so there's no water flowing when there's nobody on the splash pad.
Right.
They come through the gate, they touch the activation bollard, and the features start up. And there's a program control panel, so you can program the sequencing of them, so you know they're not all full flow all the time. You can control the timer, so you can create different patterns with the splash pad. And then after 3 or 5 minutes, whatever you set it to, the water stops flowing, you have to touch it again.
So it's this, okay, it's the kids, it's not like, you know, Jimbo's gonna sit there
No,
actively
it's
dole
right on
out
the
the water just to make sure we're on budget. No, okay.
Yeah, no, it's right on the splash pad, the kid touches it. And they learn very quickly how all that operates.
Right. Those are my questions for now. Thank you for a great presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor LETOURNEAU.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the paint, one of the times you came in front of us, you were talking about some type of liner system. What happened to that?
That's still an option. So all of the assemblies so there's basically a few ways to build modern pools. There's a concrete and paint. And the concrete can be either cast in place, which we prefer, or shotcrete or gunite. That's kind of the system that's, you know, in the Northeast is most durable. The paint is less durable than some of the liners, but the trade-off is you have a pool shell that'll last 50 years, and then you deal with the paint every 5 or 7 years. The liner system can be a PVC or other type of liner in the concrete. Those are okay unless you trap water behind it, and then you get very rapid deterioration of the concrete. Or there's a system of a PVC fused to stainless steel, so you build the structure out of stainless steel. So you pour a concrete floor, mat slab, and then you build the structure on top of it, and then it's got a liner in it. That's a very nice system. It's a 20-year warranty. You basically, you know, walk away and it's covered for 20 years. The first costs are higher, but the life cycle cost may make that a viable option here. So it's something we'll certainly explore.
Okay, and that's where I'm confused, because you're coming in front of us tonight and you want approval to take it to the next step, which would be bid documents. Well, how can we approve any of that when we don't really know what you're going to do? I mean, you put, you know, you put different scenarios out tonight. We have, which I'm going to get into, but excuse me. You have the site plan base bid, and then you've got the full development. And, you know, just that in itself, I guess we're going to have to make a decision whether to give you the go-ahead with the base bid or to go with a full development plan. Because I don't know how you can go out for bid documents without a concrete, this is what we're going to get.
Right.
This is what we need to do. And that leads me back, you know, again, what we were talking about with paint or a pool liner, where that decision hasn't been made. And it hasn't been presented to us tonight. You know, we talked about it a long time ago, but I don't understand how you can go out for bid documents when you don't know what type of...
Well, our process is not going to be to go from today to bid documents without a lot more interaction with the committee and probably back to this group. But the approval we're looking to get is on the overall design. The difference between the base site project and the full build-out are the alternates that will be built in bid as alternates. So that on bid day, you'll be able to decide, yes, we can afford, you pick them, and include them in the contract or not, but it'll all get designed and bid as alternates. As far as the pool shell, we've bid in the past, actually, the stainless steel system as an alternate versus a concrete. So what we're trying to do is get the best value for you, life cycle. And we need to do a lot of analysis at the beginning of the next phase of design to see what pencils out best for you. But we're not going to leave this room today and make those decisions for you. We'll come back with, if we go route A, this is what it costs, and route B, this is what it costs. But the overall design doesn't change. The pool geometry will remain the same.
Understand, but the cost will change.
Well, the goal would be, we wouldn't propose it unless it was cost effective. So what we've budgeted right now is the concrete with the paint. If there's a value to doing a different assembly, then we'll come to you with that value and say, for the same price you can do X, Y, or Z, or for an additional X dollars, you can do this. But that's the process we'll go through very early in the construction document phase.
Okay, so when you go out and you put your specs together to go out for for bid documents, you're looking at adding I would assume, the full development, and some of this, like the planting beds and the gravel paths and possible community gardens and that type of stuff, is alt deletes on the bid document?
We typically do them as add alternates. So you have a base bid project, and then a list of alternates. And so the bids will come in with a price tag associated with each one of those alternates.
Okay.
And you can accept them or not.
Okay, basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Add, delete, or you just did
Right.
it another way. To get to page 21, the total project cost is $5,650,000, and that's for the base. That would be for page 5.
Right.
Okay. What's the total cost to go to page 6?
Well, if you add up all those alternates and add it to the price, we didn't include in that list all the small things like the benches, and those are kind of the main alternates. I think as we move through the construction document process and refine the budget, our goal is to stay with a base project at that $5 million mark. So the more we can fit into that, the better. Or you can choose to save money and not do it. But there's a lot of design process left to do. And that's where we'll ring out sort of the list of alternates versus what's in the base bid. But those are the primary ones. So, big picture, if you add that list to the base project, that's the full build out.
Okay, so the alternates that you have listed here: picnic pavilion, 40,000; the playground, anywhere from 125,000 to 500,000; the sand volleyball, expanded splash pad, reef paved parking lot. So those are the base alternates.
Right.
And then the expanded would be, well, maybe some, like 52 new trees, an activity lawn, planting beds, the sand volleyball, I guess.
Yeah, that's on the alternate list. It would be
Oh, that's on the other one. Okay.
additional plantings, the gravel walks, benches, bike racks, trash cans, those sorts of things.
Okay.
Smaller ticket items.
What would you guess the smaller ticket, if you fulfill this whole wish list on page 6, what, is there an estimated cost to that?
If you did everything, you'd probably add another 100,000, 120,000.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. Okay, well, that's good to know, because there's a lot of stuff, but there's no cost to it, so. And then the other question I have, on page 8, in the middle of the complex, the drawing that's to the extreme right, there's a center area that says ticketing. And it's got like a dotted line around it somehow. What is that?
Yeah, that's the
shade structure.
That's the
that
shade
we're gonna put
structure,
over
that
there.
canopy shade
Okay.
structure.
Okay, and what is that, what's under it? What is that?
That's the staff desk to make sure that everybody comes through with their tag.
Okay,
There's a control point.
okay. Okay. So, getting back to the takeaway tonight, what you're looking for us to give you the go-ahead to prepare bid document or start on the bid documents with what, the base, the base plan or the full developed plan?
Base plan.
The base plan.
It would be the base plan, right.
Okay, and then when you go and have the bid documents, someone goes out to bid so we can get prices on this other stuff?
Right, well, the alternates will be on there, and we'll get prices on those as well, so we can come back and say if we choose to do these, based on how the budget process works and where we are, we could discuss that. But they'll be strictly, you know, the goal here is to get this base bid.
The base bid,
done, right.
okay. All right, and then we can choose at a later date, and when the bids come in,
Right.
we can pick and choose, or
Some of
whatever.
the alternates or
Here,
any of
pick
the
and
alternates,
choose.
right.
I see, okay. And in the same process, you'll determine and add to it at some point whether you're gonna go with paint or you're gonna look at, let that be the same process. It's a paint or different liners for I'm stumbling here.
One of the companies that will probably bid on this is the company that offers the stainless steel walling.
Well, they would bid as a supplier, not as.
Supplier, yeah.
Okay.
And an installer. So what I suspect we would do is be back in front of you, you know, probably halfway through the construction document process to say, here's what we found out, here are the options, here are the costs, unless you do it at the committee level. I don't want to presume to know your process, but, you know, then at that point, we sort of lock in on our approach, and that's what goes into the construction documents for bid. And it may be that you decide you don't want a playground out here, so we won't put that out to bid. So at that point, we'll flush out the alternates list, we'll flush out exactly what's in the base bid, what all the systems and assemblies and materials are gonna be, so that we all have a clear roadmap moving forward.
What would be the time frame to do all of this and then come back to us?
We would need to be back in front of you before the holidays to be on the street by February. So, you know, it's probably your meeting between Thanksgiving and Christmas, you know, somewhere in there.
Or sooner.
Or sooner, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think the site, the buildings, the pool systems, all of that can happen separate from the discussion about how you build the pool itself. So there's a lot of hay we can make, but there are some big decisions that need to be made that we don't want to make in a vacuum.
It's going to be interesting. It'll be very interesting because, you know, a lot's happening this year. It is an election year, and I know I won't be here for the whole process, and there'll be other new ones up here. So what we talk about tonight, probably going to get talked about again at some point with the new counselor. So that's going to be interesting. But okay, thank you.
Councilor Fishbein. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a procedural question. On the agenda, I see no notice to the public that we're potentially voting on anything. So is this body before us understanding something that I don't?
No, there's possible action on the agenda item.
Oh, and possible. Okay. I just never saw it done that way. Okay, that's cool. Okay. So, Mike, you had mentioned budget constraints. Who gave you budget constraints?
Well, we've had a number of meetings with the mayor, and we were talking about trying to keep this in a certain realm, and I think even at one of our meetings with you guys, we got an indication of where you were on the pricing. And when we came to you originally with the first presentation, we were told we could build this thing lock, stock, and barrel for $5 million, and I think that's what we talked about when we first came out here. So that number kept coming back, and well, that number wasn't realistic. And it's funny because the person who gave us, or the company that gave us a number, also came into the bidding process and said, can't do that pool for $5 million. So that's kind of where we were. So I think that $5 million number got out there and stuck with a lot of people. And so we're trying to stay as close to that as possible.
Well, I can tell you that it didn't stick with me.
Okay.
And in fact, the last meeting that we had on this, my ask was that I had an array of things to do a la carte. You know, from the pool to the splash pad to, you know, the playground, all that stuff. So, you know, hearing that, I know this body never voted on a $5 million cap or constraint. I think at one point there was talk about 9, which is perhaps too much.
Yeah, I don't.
But I know that number was out there too. So, you know, it's sort of is troublesome, but I guess I got to deal with it. The 98 spaces that are there now, is that sufficient for the current usage?
Most days it is. There are certain days of the year where you get some overflow parking out onto the street. There's been a whole parking and drive analysis done that sort of vets out that about 100 spots is the right number. So the extra 16 provides some overflow for those peak days.
But that analysis is based upon the current usage?
Current and projected. So
Okay.
we looked at the occupant load of the new facility based on the projections.
And the projections are just utilization of this as a family pool? Is that? Because like I'm envisioning, like I just went to an event in Cheshire where they had a road race and then they ran, it was a biathlon. Nobody's talked about that kind of outside the box sort of stuff utilizing this pool to expand the uses that it is presently known for, which, I mean, I don't even know that 116 spaces, which is what your projection, you're adding about 20 spaces, would service something like that. And it would also expand the usage of, more than likely, the lap lanes, which is projected based upon the current and whatever data was given to figure out that we needed the number of lap lanes also, I would expect, same information.
Yes, yeah. So, but the thing about events is, if you have a single event or 2 or 3 or however many events a year, there are things you can do to accommodate those events that operate the pool or the park differently. So even in Cheshire, with that massive pool they have, when they have a large event, the parking lot can't handle it, the bathhouse toilet fixtures, there's not enough of them, but you deal with it, you make modifications. Because you know, you can't build an oversized facility for that 1 or 2 or 3 times a year. It's just not affordable to.
Oh, no, I totally, I got that. I'm just looking at the analysis that went in because, you know, I share Councilor Shortell's concern that it's the, you know, ever shrinking pool. And I'm trying to conceptualize this pool. You know, I don't like swimming with, you know, people so close to me, you know, quite frankly. I don't know that a lot of people do. So I've been trying to conceptualize what this pool would look like and take the current usage, add a little bit more into something like this, which is difficult.
One of the ways it might be helpful to envision it is if you go on most municipal websites, Park and Rec website, they'll have photos of their pools and you can sort of see how many people are in a pool at any given time. And you get a sense of, what a typical body of water can handle for a number of people without it being crowded. And what you'll see in some municipal areas that, urban areas where they have small pools and really high populations, it is uncomfortable. But in most communities of this size, and actually twice this size pool will easily accommodate your anticipated use comfortably.
And then I heard West Hartford mentioned a few times, and they have, is it 4 pools?
4 outdoor pools.
And the size of those?
They vary, but Beachland and Fernridge are about 8,000, about the size of this.
Okay.
Kennedy's a little smaller.
And the demographic of West Hartford is more affluent than Wallingford. There's more pools residentially.
There are, but they run a lot more programs. So the 125 max that you have for your camps, they have much larger numbers for some of their camps, some of their programs. They run a lot of competition. So their pools are heavily used for lots of different things.
Presently, do we know how many seniors use the pool on an average basis?
Yeah, so this past year we had 236 senior tags that were sold.
Okay, and do we know how much, like I gotta tell you, I bought tags this year, my wife and I, we never got to the pool. So I'm more concerned with utilization. Do we know those tags are purchased? Do we know, are they all used?
They check the tags as they enter, but they don't log whether it's a child tag, adult tag, senior tag. They just make sure they have a tag. The person is who the person is on the tag, and they allow them in the pool.
Okay, because that aspect of our community, I really doubt, unless they're accompanied by grandchildren or something like that, that they're ever going to use a splash pad. So the splash pad is, from my perspective, more for the children. Which is a concern also with a reduced pool here. So, I hear from the Board of Education that if we raise the cost of a lunch by 10 cents, that less people are going to buy lunches. I didn't see that sort of factor when you're raising the pool pass price by 10%. Your number of pool passes was constant across the board. Is that correct?
Yeah. One of the things we did, again, in our analyzing all this, is went to other communities to see what pool tags were costing. And primarily, we're giving the shop away here for the utilization of this pool. And we've raised it the last couple of years, right, Kenny? And to try to bring it up a little bit to offset some of the costs. I mean, when you think about the, a $40 seasonal pass for, we're going to go from 80 days to 100 days or something like that. What is going to be the, here, I'll have Kenny address it.
So it would be 81 days is what we estimated if it opened on time. The pool would be open 81 days. And if we just increased the pass to, let's say we increased it $10 to $35 a pool tag, you're looking at 44 cents per day to access the pool.
Understood, but that's per person. So we have people in our community who are saying they won't pay a dime more for a lunch, but they're going to pay $40 per child for a pool pass, or 45, I think is the number we're sort of working with up there. So is there some sort of consideration that's considered, here with people that can't afford that? Has that been factored into this?
That is not.
Okay. So then the sand volleyball court, it really costs $15,000 to put, I could probably do it for $500, but is that a legit number?
It is, because you've got, it's adjacent to a wetland area, and you've got to have good drainage, or it's going to just be a big kitty litter box.
Okay, which is a maintenance issue, which, I don't need to get into, but repaving the parking lot is a $200,000 expenditure, which we would only need if we didn't do this project, if we did it piecemeal, right? We did base project and then alternates whenever, because there is no timeline on the alternates. the taxpayers are gonna have to pay another $200,000 to repave the lot, based upon your specs. So why wouldn't it make more sense to save the taxpayers that money and throw the alternatives in now, have the approvals done through planning and zoning, inland wetlands and all that stuff, and then deal with it? Doesn't that make more sense?
Yeah, from our standpoint, that's ideal. It's, you know, what we try to do with the alternates is identify distinct elements that could be built later if you didn't have the funds now. So, you know, there's some economy of scale, obviously, to build it as part of the base project, but the level of effort to come in and repave later, or the level of effort to build a pavilion later, is about the same as it is as part of the project. You will realize savings making it a larger project, obviously, but we tried to identify distinct elements to manage the budget.
But nonetheless, you're asking us tonight to approve the base project, not the alternates.
Well, the base project is really what's driving the construction documents. These alternates, we have some time before they become critical to incorporate into the documents.
Yeah, but if you go before inland wetlands, they're gonna wanna know
We're
about.
gonna go to wetlands with the full plan, so they know everything that could be built there, so that we know if you decide you don't wanna do the playground now, but you may wanna do it in the future, we wanna make sure it's designed in a way that you can do that. We
Okay,
don't
and
wanna
the same
put
thing
it
with
to a-
planning and zoning then? Yes, okay.
If you guys would like to approve any of the alternates, that's entirely up to the council. We're not saying, you know, we threw them in there, and if you decide down the road that you think it makes more sense for us to pave the whole parking lot, then we'll pave the whole parking lot if it's approved that way.
And I thank you for that. You know, I'm in general favor of this concept. I have a lot of questions about the size of this pool in conjunction with the splash pad and that kind of stuff. So if we approve the base plan or base and alternate, let's just say, are we locked into that size pool, is the $64,000 question.
We're gonna proceed, if you give approval on this plan, we're gonna proceed in documents based on, you know, when I say 8,000, you know, give or take, things, as we, you know, fine tune things, it might grow a little bit to, you know, accommodate the volleyball dimensions or something. But essentially, with an approval, we're gonna move forward into construction documents with this basic plan. And then refine it, but not change it, is the idea.
Let me just address the size, because we have done an enormous amount of research on the size of this pool. And I said it earlier, and I'll say it again, we don't want to build a church for Easter Sunday. And what I've seen, and my committee has seen, and Kenny, we've all gone out and done these field trips. We're looking at these communities, we're looking at the people, and the pools of the same size, and it works perfect. We're so hung up because we have one of the top 10 pools in the world that we can't seem to get away from that image of how we going from that to this, when currently we're only using 1/3 of the pool that we have. And I just want to reassure everybody on the council that we've done so much work on this to come up with and right-size this, that as a committee, we're kind of hoping that you would take that into consideration and understand that we're not here just throwing 8,000 out as a number. It's a number that works. It's a number that's sized right for this community. And I know we could all question that. I get it, because we're going.
But within the budget constraints that you believed you were under, which is the other factor here. But as far as utilization of the pool presently, you know, the last time I was at the pool, the area that I wanted to swim in wasn't open.
Right.
I wanted to utilize a different portion of the pool. So it wasn't, you know, I ended up swimming at the shallow end with generally the kids. I could touch, you know, which was, you know, part of the fun of swimming as an adult, right? You can't touch and, you know, whatever. You know, so when you say we're only using a portion of the pool, that may be artificial. I don't know. I mean, and it might have been that there weren't enough lifeguards on that particular day. I don't know.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but if you were to swim in the other side of the pool, we're still only using that 1/3 of the pool, however you slice the pie. It's, you moving over to another section doesn't change the usage of the pool. We're still using that same amount of space regardless of where you are.
And if I would also make a point about the budget, if you told us tonight the budget was $12 million, we still wouldn't recommend building a pool over 8,000 square feet, because we don't think you need it.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Zandri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of my questions were already answered, so I only have a few follow-ups. So what I would like to know is, with respect to the season, you talked about expanding the season, look to kind of open the splash pad up a little sooner than the pool itself. I know in the past, a lot of the conversation has been around having lifeguards and having a shortage of them as they go back to college and so forth. Is it fair to say that with a smaller pool, right-sized pool, I'd rather say right-sized than smaller, the right-sized pool, we would need less lifeguards? Is that true?
Well, I think what Mike, with the design of the pool, it would decrease the lifeguards by probably about 1 or 2 guards.
Well, currently, the health department says that you need 1 lifeguard per 100 linear feet of pool perimeter. So you're going from about 750 down to about 420. So you're going to reduce the number of guards by 2 or 3. You have some high activity zones, so you might want to dedicate a lifeguard, say, to the slide. And that's why in the budget projections, the numbers sort of stayed the same, even though you'll have fewer guards. But typically you'd have 1 guard per 100 feet, and then you'd have a guard in rotation. So if you had 5 at the pool and you've got a supervisor and another guard in rotation, you'd have 7, as opposed to currently where you have 9 or 10.
So 8.
Yeah, and so I mean that's helpful because it starts to address, you know, that question that comes up. It also sounds like we're going to be looking at longer hours on top of a larger calendar. I know it's come up a couple of times about, you know, these alternative costs and some of the costs in the base project. So just for my own edification, there's a line item in there that says soft cost $750,000. That's already been, is that entire amount already been dedicated to the effort? I know some money's already been put in. Do we know what amount's already been put in?
That was the $650,000 approximate appropriation that we're using to do the work that's been done so far.
Okay, thank you. So now, is that 650 subtracted out of this project cost? So that's not even here. So this number is a real number going forward, not a number we have to subtract that 650 from.
That 750 includes the 650 you've already allocated. So if you want to look strictly at new money, that 650 goes down to.
So that's right. So that's what I wanted to kind of make sure people understood. If there's already money that's been put in from this current budget, it's already in there. You guys are burning this amount.
Correct.
So if we had to go out tomorrow and pay cash for the entire project, it's not 5.6, it's 5.1.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to make sure everybody understands that first. Second off, there's contingency of $450,000. We may use it, we may not. I make, Mr. Bose, I make the, oh, go ahead, you had to go.
Yeah, the first authorization to spend was the bond authorization that we did several months back.
And that's what I wanted to get back to.
That's what we're paying these folks and any other of the ancillary.
So that bond
seed money it costs.
So the bond authorization for how much?
I believe it was 650. It could have been 655, something weird like that. But that's part of the 750 from what.
Okay, so if we took this entire project and we came up with 5.1, I make the assumption we would bond this.
It's a perfect project to bond, yeah.
All right, so now would that be a 10-year project or a 30-year project? Just a guess. I'm not holding.
By state statute, we can bond up to 20 years.
Up to 20 years.
Unless it's pension obligation bonds, which these are not, obviously. So we'd have up to 20 years. What I do is I take a look at the whole debt schedule at that point in time. 10, anything lower than 10 would probably be really put a lot of stress on the mill rate because that's just one aspect.
And that's where I was going to go next. So what is our interest rate on
it could be 15, where we could utilize all 20 years.
Now, if we did utilize a 20, what's our rate right now for a 20? ballpark, I don't know.
In the low threes on the average. There might be some years that are 4.5, but there might be some years down at the beginning of the schedule that are more like 2.25.
Okay, so just so that, you know, folks at home get an understanding of what that actually meant, if we took, and just to the other comment of, you know, gee, maybe we could do the bulk of this now and do some of this later. I think there's some negatives to that. One negative is that, you know, each year that you don't do something, you maybe try to get another year or two out of it. The cost goes up, you know, inflation goes up 2-3%. You got to bring somebody back for a smaller job. The bids come in differently because they gave you a more favorable rate because they were doing a lot more. Now they're doing a little piecemeal. And, you know, the last thing you do is remake a car and put brand new windshield wipers on a busted windshield. You just do the whole thing. If we're going to do this, let's just do it right. So, I mean, if we actually go to bond out this entire thing at about 3% over 20 years, we're talking about $360,000 worth of overall pressure on our total budget, which is like $160 million. It equates out to about $20 a household per year based on the median rate for the home assessment, you know, a median assessed home in Wallingford. And to kind of go back to, you know, some of the questions that Councilor Fishbein brought up about the price changes, you know, we have had the schools say that a certain amount of fall off would happen if they raised 10 cents. And being sensitive to everybody's different costs, because everybody's got a different cost. I think when you look at entertainment for kids and families, you got to look at other activities they might do, whether it's roller skating, whether it's, you know, the bouncing facilities and so forth. And I've got 4 kids. I can take them over to a place where they can jump for a couple of hours, and I'm spending $80. That's one evening. We're talking about buying passes that are good for a whole season. The rate of cost for things for kids to do, you know, becomes very averaged out over, again, like you mentioned, the number of days they could potentially go. I know that even things like movie theater passes and so forth, you know, let's get a monthly pass for the movie theater. At what point does it break even? How many times do you have to go in order to make it worth more than just buying single tickets when you want it? And families do that. And I think the point was already made that this is a steal as it is. And I've had discussions with different people. There's the for camp and against it. There's some people like this just to bulldoze that whole thing in and plant grass. But that pool has been a staple of this community for, like it's been mentioned, over 50 years. And this one exchange I had on Facebook, I want to read. I'm not going to identify the individual, but they basically identified to me, I own my own pool, but I would buy my family tags for this expanded park. And he went on to clarify the whole thing, splash pad, the picnic area, the volleyball court. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't do it because he's got a lot of that at home. So this is coming from a pool owner in town. Doesn't buy tags today. But if they have this full service area like that, he would do it. And I think with the expanded hours, there's other opportunities as well. There's families, I'll use my own family as an example. They're gone all summer. I don't buy tags because when they come back, August 14th, it's closed. But if the pool was open earlier, even if it was the splash pad for my littlest one, or just general use of the park, and then maybe if it's extended a little bit more, I might buy them. You know, not everybody's here all summer. Kids have camp, they have summer camp, they go away with the grandparents, whatever it might be. So I think we're on the right track for this. I'm hopeful that the other counselors up here and the public, when they have their input, look at this like an opportunity to get this put together as one big package, get it done all at once so that it's up and running and it's new. It will be a staple for the town to have, something where families can go. And I like the idea that we're moving it towards the ability for it to be completely self-sustaining, especially on the slight uptick of ticket sales. I mean, we're talking about increasing the prices, but we're also looking at, you know, if you build it, they will come, and we add on to that. And I like the idea that was mentioned up here before, and I apologize, I forgot who mentioned it, that we might be able to put that aside, and I presume under maybe like appropriations in force, if there was money left over, we could do something like that for future use in that area, so that maybe if some park benches needed to be, changed out at some point, they don't even have to come back to the budget. We've got money that was left over from that in Park and Rec's budget to go ahead and do that. So I'm real supportive of all this, and I think this is really a very good positive. And thank you very much for identifying that. Even if you said you had $12 million, you'd still come back and recommend this pool because it's the right size for the community. And I think that's a great example of the homework you guys did. So I appreciate the effort very much. So thank you.
Councilor Testa.
Thank you. Good evening. First off, I too get bothered when I feel like we're going forward with a project in the opening stages, the investigative stages, when we assign a committee, so to speak. And somewhere along the way, there's an arbitrary dollar figure latched onto, and it truly is arbitrary. I don't know where that came from. I was around, I heard numbers, but it's happened in the past, and it happens all the time, and it's unfortunate. I've said this before with the school buildings, I'll say it with everything we do. I would like a committee to do what you've done, propose to us what you think is the best, what are the best options, alternates, whatever they cost. And then it's up to us to decide whether that's feasible. And if we bid accordingly, then we tell you, no, that's not going to happen. Now you've got to cut it back. But if you were starting with a certain number in mind and it drove you to reach certain conclusions, that's too bad. I'm sorry that happened. It doesn't look like it made a big difference, but I just wanted to say that. When I was originally going to say that my impression was that you were going to appear before us at some point with options, various options. And in my mind, that was, maybe various pool configurations, various site plans. And then as I looked at this, I realized, okay, that actually is what this is. Not related to the size of the pool per se, but you are offering us options. You're offering us a pool renovation, and then you're offering us options that would turn it into more of a recreational park, if you will, which is what I'm in favor of, which is what I want to see. That was my hope all along. We want to see this facility, this property, renovated in such a way that it is more suited for what the needs are right now. Not just, we want you to renovate the pool. We've done that. So my hope was, come in and show us a way to use this property to its fullest in ways that can provide recreational opportunities for families, in addition to just simply going and getting wet. So I like all that. And as you've explained multiple times, I won't ask you to do it again. You reached your conclusions on a size based on what you thought was best for the community. That was not something you based on what you thought we could pay for. Correct? Correct. That's important. And then that alleviates that concern I had earlier. And I'm good with that. Although I did appreciate Councilor Morgenstein's comments about some folks requesting maybe a couple more lanes in a lap pool, and I'm kind of running through my head too. But was that part of your formula? In other words, that you thought a community our size, 4 lanes is really what you need? Or was that one of those things where you said, let's keep it at 4 because the money is tight?
No, none of the decisions on the swimming pool were budget driven.
Okay,
We started
terrific.
with the optimum pool, and then everything around it, was weighed against budget.
Fantastic, thank you. That's great to know. I like so much of what you did. I mean, the redesign, it shows you know what you're doing, you've been around. The relocation of the building, the flow of the people. I'm really excited about what the alternates, what turns this into a family recreation park. People can come there and do all sorts of things, and I'm sure they will do all sorts of things. And when we talk about the desire to increase utilization, the more attractive we make the facility, the more people will come and make this cost effective. So I also believe pretty strongly that if you begin a project such as this and say, we're going to do this and maybe down the road we'll do this, you're never going to do this. You're just not, especially not in this town. It's not how we work. So if we don't do the whole thing, we're only going to do what we do first. And I think that that's short-sighted for many reasons. And financially, I believe it's short-sighted because, as I mentioned, I believe all the alternates, of which are not that much, will draw more people. And we'll open the opportunity for the recreation department, Park and Rec department, to even potentially utilize this facility for off-hour activities, given all the cool things you've drawn up. So I feel very strongly that going forward, we should keep in mind we want to do this project the way it's written up, in totality. Because if you're going to do something, you need to do it right. And that's doing it right, in my opinion. One question, well no, more than one question, I'm sure. Under the alternates, it says, you probably answered this, but we've spoken for so long. You wrote expanded splash pad. Does the base project include a splash pad?
The base project includes a 3,000-foot pad with
Got it.
15 features.
I thought that was what it was, and then I lost track.
Right.
So the alternate just makes it a little bit bigger and better and nicer.
Right.
Okay.
Let me make a point just to what you were saying about making it a park. Our initial plan was to turn the community pool property into a full-service park with a playground and make it usable all year round until the winter months get so bad, and then, you're not going to use it. But that was our plan, to make it more than just community pool, because it's a good piece of property, it's a good spot of town. We're doing away with so much of the pavement and stuff, and we got this big area to utilize. So that was our initial plan, but again, we were trying to keep this thing within a scope.
Right. Well, I'm pleased that you didn't allow your concerns about the finances to prevent you from presenting us with those alternates and leaving it up to us. That I appreciate. I just thought of all the ancillary activities, so to speak, that people could take part in. Nature walks, studies, there's that little brook that goes behind there. So utilizing this facility to its fullest, I think makes the most sense from a service perspective and a cost perspective. And so I like it, I guess. I have no problem with the design that you put together to say go out and now get some numbers. I'm not going to propose we change the shape of the pool. That's what you were here for tonight, see if anybody wanted to do that. Or, I'm assuming. I don't imagine anyone's going to do that, but they could. So I'd like to see you go forward and start putting together the bid documents for this. I feel very strongly that those bid documents should include everything. I don't want to see us going out for a base bid. That's just foolish, in my opinion, because we can always say no. Let us know everything. It's the whole package. You put a lot of time and you've done a heck of a good job, by the way. My compliments to everybody, my gratitude to everybody. And we're very fortunate in this community. We have people come together that, if they don't have a lot of expertise, they sure get it quickly. Then they bring in people that have expertise and time again, come up with really good ideas. And it's our job to appreciate, to recognize that what's coming forward, the technicalities have been covered. It's our job to talk about the cost. It's not our job to design the pool. And I'd like you to come to us with all of the figures for the whole thing, and then we can decide how we will move forward from there. So thank you, and that's my feelings on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Shortell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few more quick questions that I missed first time around. Well, one's a reaction, I think Councilor Zandri already kind of covered this, but the idea that if you increase the price, you might get less sales. I mean, we increased the price this year and we got more pool tag sales because it was the expanded season. So imagine this great new facility, I think people will pay. And there was something else Councilor Fishbein talked about. He doesn't want to swim close to people. I get that, but again, to your point, I mean, we were there a lot. No one's in the pool. I mean, you have, feels like miles of water between you and the next person, and then so much of the pool is roped off. So I'm less concerned about that. I do appreciate what you told Councilor Testa, that your design is based on the needs of the community and not budget constraints. Just one more, and this is the one I forgot from last time. Can you talk to me about the parent-child check? Like, why do we do that again? So every 45 minutes or so, they make everyone get out of the pool, and I'm not sure what, there's already a lot of lifeguards, and I don't know.
Hi.
Hi, Michelle. Sorry.
My name is Michelle Bjorkman, Parks and Rec. We have done a child-parent safety check for at least 25 years. Not to say that that's a reason. The main reason, though, is to make sure that every child is accounted for.
Okay.
Being down at the pool yourself, you've probably seen many people, when we've got the pool here, moms or dads laying this way, baking in the sun, not even paying attention to their 2 or 3 year old child. So that's the main reason.
Okay.
Yep.
I appreciate that. One other thing, I think we got an email from a resident. I just wanted to pass along one piece of feedback about the proposed playground. I know that's an extra, if that were to happen, this resident's point was that we should try to make it an inclusive playground, and they have different, not just handicapped accessible, but for children on the spectrum, that there's certain elements in the playground. So I just wanted to pass that along as feedback. It sounded right to me if we did the playground. The playground in general, I'm not sure I'm in favor of, but again, let's do it right if we're gonna do it. And then a procedural question. Tonight, you're looking for our approval on the base bid, correct? That's really what you need to go forward, and then we can still add in the extras if we give you that approval, or do you want just?
Well, I mean, from our standpoint, an approval to do the entire build out, it sounds like that's where most people are heading. So we would still structure the construction documents with enough alternates to give you some play on bid day to make sure that, whatever the budget is established at, you can maintain that budget. But if we develop the entire build out documents and then come back to you and you pick which you want to make the alternates, that would work.
Okay, so if we approve tonight the entire build out, and then it comes back to us, and the playground ends up costing $500,000, we could still say no to the playground. Not that I'm anti-playground. I'm just trying to. That's like the one thing that stood out, but
yeah.
I'm almost convinced on it. Hearing everyone talk. Okay, then I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we proceed to move this forward. I'm not sure of the proper wording, so I'm going to. Public, okay, that you can comment once the motion goes. Yeah, absolutely. To authorize and approve the Parks and Rec Commission to proceed forward with the pool project as requested, based on the site rendering for the full bid included here, as discussed. Sorry, that's really sloppy motion.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. We are going to go to the public. I just have a few more counselors who want to ask questions or make comments, and we will go to the public. Counselor Laffin?
No, I'm all set. I was going to make the motion to keep things moving.
Counselor Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I to understand that the passes are not for utilization of the park itself, it's just to access the pool? Okay. And then would an 8-lane pool allow competitions to occur? Have we looked into that?
It would. You can run competitions with any number of lanes, you just run more heats, but it depends on who you want to sanction the meet. So if you want to sanction a meet, then typically you need 8 lanes. You can do it with 6 or 4 with consent of both teams.
So is that competition's utilization of this pool is not desirable to Park and Rec? Is that what I'm hearing?
It's not something that we were looking at to go into the competition. We don't have a swim team. We don't get into competitive swim. We just handle swim lessons. So again, based on the figures of what we've seen using the lap lanes is how we came up with the 4 for the design.
So when I've discussed the pool with the people from the Y, they don't have enough pool. So if you offer swim lessons, you don't offer a swim team. You telling me nobody would do that?
Well, we never offered it just in the interest that the YMCA does hold their own swim team. So as a competing interest, they've established their swim team. We've never gotten into it.
So do we know if you were to add 3 lanes to this pool, do we know how much it would add to this?
Well, you wouldn't add 3, 7's kind of an odd number.
Oh, okay,
you'd
you
add
said
2
4.
or 4.
Yeah, okay.
So, I hate throwing numbers off the cuff. The pool's running about $125, $130 a square foot. So, do some quick math in my head. You'd probably be adding a couple of $100,000 to add 4 more lanes. And it would be easy to do. And, if you just extended the width of the lap pool, you could easily add 2 or 4, and maybe that's another alternate to consider. It's the 4 lane was driven by the lack of competitive swimming. It's strictly recreational.
Yeah, understood. But I just if we want this thing to sustain, and it's unless people are going to stop moving to our town with kids. I mean, which is not going to happen. I think, from my perspective, I think 8 lanes is desirable for this pool. So how we go about potentially doing that, I guess I gotta ask. I mean, do I need to make a motion to modify what's presently before us to try and make that happen?
Can I just make a comment on a couple years, maybe 3 years ago, we had a group of people come to us about utilizing the pool for competition. And there were so many restrictions that they wanted to do, it never came to fruition because of the why. So again, I think going to 8 lanes, and I'm not anti-swimming laps or anti-competition, I just again think we're probably going a little further than we need to based on our experience with what we have, and based on competitive swimming in the summertime, it's a little different than it is year-round.
That is true.
So I mean, again, we're only there for 80 some odd days. We have the Sheehan pool, which is a competitive pool already. So I don't know. I'm not seeing an 8 lane pool.
Well, if you're telling me as representatives from the Park and Recreation, and I know Michelle's here, if you're telling me nobody's going to use it.
We don't believe so. I mean, based on.
Okay, well then.
I mean, we looked at the numbers. Michelle and Kenny reviewed the lap utilization. We've been down there and watched it. It's just not there.
I would just think that if you're already offering swimming lessons, and which the Y does also, and you're obviously filling those classes, that parents more than likely are going to be comfortable with dealing with the same individuals, the same process, and the same infrastructure, and the same administration, instead of them being thrust into something else. It just makes natural sense. But if you're telling me that human nature is not, then I defer.
I'm down at the pool pretty much every day. We have our fitness supervisor, Kelly Montgomery, who's a professional triathlete. She swims at our pool almost every single day. We do not have the demand or the need to increase more than 4 laps. From a personal standpoint, with Kenny being our new appointed director, we've looked at offering swim team competition. We've spoken with the YMCA. The YMCA has been offered to pay us to use our lap lanes for competition swim. Boys and Girls Club came down and did pay us this summer for general swim. I just don't think with Cheshire having the CCAP program that they do, which is very popular and very successful, that we need to look into getting into competition swim. I really don't think we have the need for it or the population for it.
I appreciate that. Okay, so
Thank
thank you. The splash pad as designed in this plan is sufficient for, under your projections, how many years? Population-wise, utilization?
The projected population in Wallingford doesn't change much over the next 20 to 40 years. So, you know, what's hard to predict is that I won't say it's easy to predict pool use, but there's a lot of data out there. Splash pad use data is relatively new in the Northeast, so we don't have a lot of data on splash pads. We've done several of them over the last several years, and what we find is you get a lot of non-swimmers who aren't comfortable in the water, and you get a lot of people that are going back and forth between the pool and the splash pad. But if the 320 pool occupant projection is correct, and we believe it is, then most of the people using the splash pad are coming out of that 320.
So why did we propose as an alternative an expansion to the splash pad if the need and usage as projected under the current plan is sufficient?
Because the intent was to operate it in the shoulder seasons when you don't have the pool. So if you had a spike in population in May or June before you open the pool, or September, early October after you close the pool, it provides more surface area for those times when the pool is closed.
And that the splash pad as designed originally in the base is 3,000 square feet.
Right.
How large is the alternative expanded?
We'd increase to about 4,200 square feet and add 7 fixtures.
Okay, just with regard to the comment about, you know, this thing getting done, I too am concerned about the alternatives ever getting done. I like the nature trail down the back. It's awesome. But you know, I would make it that stuff goes in first, quite frankly, because we end up with. I just envision that the big stuff's going to get done and the little stuff's not. So I like the drawing. I like the vision and the concept. I hope it happens. So, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Shortell.
Just a quick follow-up on the competitive swimming. You don't need, you can run a competition with 6 lanes, because we run them at Sheehan. One of my sons is on the YMCA Dolphins, and so we do a couple meets at Sheehan a year. But I also think you need the pool to be deeper, because kids are diving in.
Well, this pool is 3.5 to 5 feet, so you can do the starting blocks in the 5 foot.
Oh, you could do the starting block. Okay, I was thinking it was 3.5. Okay. But that was just an observation. I don't think you'd need 8, and clearly you wouldn't need 6 based on the casual usage. Thank you. That's it.
Councilor Morgenstein?
Yeah, so just a quick request. Even if we're not doing competitive, I think because the public, and again, I think you're going to hear the public comment, can we add a request to our motion to look at what is the difference between 4 lanes and 6, and then that leaves it up to us that if we come back to this body and say, yeah, you're right, 4 is all we want, but if we haven't asked for that price, then we're stuck without being able to get that.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we've heard from the council, now the public. Ma'am, name and address for the record, please.
Alita Sella, 241 North Whittlesey Avenue Extension. Few questions. Based on Golek's original plan, he had done 2 pools. Partly because sometimes the pool has to be shut down to drain for an accident, a kid accident. So then you have to drain the pool, and then the whole pool's closed. And when it was 42,000 square feet, that was a lot of water to have to drain, and then the pool would be down for a long time. So he had proposed 2 pools. So I was wondering how come, or could we, with the lap lanes, just have a wall so that there are 2 pools right next to each other? So you could have 2 separate pools.
Well, first to the point about the accident, in a pool of this size and volume, the systems would be able to super chlorinate and get that back up and running very quickly without draining. The issue with 2 separate pools is it's 2 separate systems, it's far more complex, and what we find is that the deeper pool, in this case it would be the lap pool, gets very little use, and you lose the ability to pull out the lane lines and expand the recreational area for certain peak times.
I was also thinking in terms of summer camps, like Parks and Rec might be able to offer a swim camp, like a week-long swim camp where they can do a half-day swim intensive program or something like that. I find that lacking in Wallingford. You can take swim lessons at the YMCA, but it's once a week over 6 weeks as opposed to a 1-week program where they get and that would be I think a program that would be popular. So that was one question. Then how many pool tags were sold in 2019?
$2,673.
Thank you. Okay, it's a lot. Square footage, that was answered. The towns that have competitive swim programs, are those money makers? Do you know? Not to harp on the issue, but I was just curious about that, if that's a...
That I don't know. We haven't researched that.
Okay.
So we never looked into if it was a moneymaker or a loss for the other towns.
I could tell you anecdotally without a lot of fact, but just working with lots of different parks departments, making money on a pool is extremely hard.
Okay. Well, I just think there's a lot of opportunity here. When I hear there's only 8 field trips over the summer from the local camps, there's a lot of camps, that's a potential area where if you can charge the camps a certain amount for them to come and use an expanded lap area that isn't used very often, now you have a private area where camps can come, the rest of the public can use the rest of the pool while that's going on. That might be a nice, maybe it won't be a money maker, but it can certainly add revenue to what you're doing. The other thing that Golek's plan had, which I thought was really fun and might add to senior interest, was there was a grown-up playground. It was an exercise area where it sort of had free weights and things like that where people could come as an alternative maybe to the sandy volleyball area, someplace where people can come and...
We looked into that, and where that was going to be is an area that really we shouldn't be utilizing. And to go back to the Golek plan, as you call it, that was really a more of a not a driven plan, but a concept.
Sure.
So
I liked at least those 2 concepts.
well, I know, and the fact that it was a concept, we took that and we moved forward with a concept that we realized that by having one pool, it makes more sense, and by going back and putting the exercise program back in the area where there's wetlands and it's out of the way, and we felt that that wasn't really a safe
Sure.
alternative.
I was actually suggesting it as an alternative to, say, the volleyball area, the sandy volleyball area. That might be a great idea. I'm sand averse personally, but I also think that to attract people who may not use a splash pad per se, an adult area for adult recreation, because you've got the splash pad for the kids, you've got a zero entry for the kids, you've got a lap pool for the adults. How about an alternative for all adults?
Yeah, we had looked at it, and we still have the information, so we could take another look.
Curious, yeah, see how that would compare. Thank you.
I saw your hand first, then you.
Kevin McNamara, South Orchard Street, Wallingford. I have a couple of questions for you. What are the 8,000 square feet, does that include the lap lanes as well?
Yes.
Okay.
I think if you could get a little closer to the mic, I think it'd be better for the recording. Thank you.
Okay. What are the width of your lap lanes as you got them laid out now?
The actual lane width is 7.5 feet.
7.5 feet. I'm also a proponent of back to the 6 lanes. I swim in the lap lanes almost every day. There are days when, depending on the time of the day, I don't know what time you guys have visited, but in the later afternoon, people get out of work, and there's a lot of people swimming in the lap lanes. So many that some people actually swim outside of the lap lanes. So I think adding 2 more would be a good idea. For an extra $100,000, I think it would be well spent. And also, you know, with having it at 8,000 square feet as total area for the complete pool, of course, this is just my opinion. I think it might be a little tight. A lot of the adults are actually driven to the lap lanes because of the crowding when they segregate certain areas of the pool to be open, and there's usually 25% that's never open. So again, I think that adding 2 more lanes would be a great idea.
Understood.
And just one other suggestion: if the timeline moves along as you project, and all this is ready to go in February, which, you know, the way government works today, it might not be. If it happens to run later, say in March, April, somewhere in that area, would it be possible to postpone the construction until the end of next summer, and then break ground at the beginning of September, and possibly finish the pool so we wouldn't lose any season?
We typically work on schedules where we're replacing pools within that time frame so you don't lose the season. The challenge you have here is the sheer size of the pool and the disturbance of the earth to make this happen. So a lot of times we'll build a new pool, operate the old pool, and then do the demolition after the season. This facility doesn't sort of work out that way, because you've got the buildings bookending this very large pool, and so once you start, you're digging up the entire site to get it to work. So we evaluated a lot of different schedule options, and we don't see a viable one, a predictable one that gets you into one season, considering the weather windows. So what this schedule does is get you in the ground in the spring, so you're out of the ground by winter, and then you have another good season to do the finish work. So it would be, you would pay an enormous premium to consolidate the schedule and still not be able to ensure that it would happen.
Okay. Would it be possible to get a half a season out of it if we broke ground in, say, September?
Well, we really need the good weather on the front end of that schedule to get out of the ground and get the foundations in
Right.
and get all the concrete.
With the additives and everything else that's available today, a lot of the concrete can be poured in cold weather.
Sure, yeah, it's just, there's a big premium for that.
Yeah.
To do the winter work. So,
Thank you.
I mean, we could take another look at the schedule, but I think we've kind of looked at all the scenarios and losing this season is better than losing next season only because of the escalation in construction costs. The more you push it out, the higher the costs get. So we're escalating about 4.5% a year, which on this project is, a lot of money.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Joan Moore, 11 Stegos Drive. I want to thank all of you for all the hard work. I also want to thank you for the extended season this year. It's greatly appreciated by many of us. I just want to speak to the number of lap lanes also. I do swim laps too, and I can't tell you how delightful it is to be able to go outside to swim in the lap lanes. And I think that it's not a pleasant experience to double up on lap lanes, although that's necessary sometimes. And also when people who swim, they're swimming the lap lanes, they're not always there just for the recreation. They have a lot of time to be there, to hang out, to wait, whatever. So when they come, they're kind of on a mission to get that serious exercise that they're there for, and then to go home. So, I would just urge you to consider the 6 lanes as opposed to the 4. Given all that we're doing, it just seems like to have the 6 lanes that really are, I believe it's current, to be able to do that, because I've also seen people having to swim outside the lap lanes, and that's usually not allowed. So anyway, I just wanted to make that point and to thank you again.
Ma'am?
Maggie Vitale, 7 Delcourt. I live right behind the pool and have lived there all my life. I know you talked about moving the drop-off for the bus. And could you just explain a little more how far in that's going to go? Because of the tractor trailers that come down through there and the confusion that takes place, and they're not always very patient. How far in with the sidewalk and where the existing pump house is?
So the intent would be to get the bus completely out of the travel way.
So you're going to go on the inside of the sidewalk?
Right. So the existing pump house is right here.
Right.
So it would basically push the sidewalk into the site by several feet. So the sidewalk would be closer.
So you're going to go around this way. Okay. All right. Is that something that was looked at? And the confusion that goes on at that corner with crossing?
Yeah, that whole intersection.
It's gotten worse and worse.
Yeah, that whole intersection and curb cut for the entry and the bus drop off is intended to be reworked to make it safer.
Okay. And what about, you're talking about having the extended length of the pool time or the whole area time used further down in the back where the wetlands is? What about, and that the splash pad or the picnic pavilion would be used later on through the year, security-wise?
As far as, what do you mean?
Like now there's a fence so that nobody goes in. It's pretty well quiet back there. So now you're talking about extending and going down the backside of it, maybe having the gravel trails come around and be more educationally worth down into the brook there that runs, behind the pool. And I don't know where the brook is. Oh, I see where the brook is.
Yeah,
in terms of where our land is.
Are you up here?
I'm right at the other end down towards the street. My house backs right up to the brook.
So there's no intention of occupying the space on the other side of the brook. The gardens and trails we're talking about are behind the parking lot.
Okay.
There's a footbridge right now that we're actually proposing.
You're going to open that footbridge?
No, we're going to close that footbridge.
Okay.
So this whole area back here it's sort of naturalized and very difficult to
You're just going to
access.
keep it as it is
So we'll just,
in terms of all the overgrowth. I don't mean about there, but I meant like now there's a fence around the pool, so no one's able to go in.
still have a fence.
So at some point it'll be closed again.
Right, it'll be
not being
closed and locked.
utilized.
But you actually have now, police have access through the parking lot.
Yeah, I know.
So
yeah.
now they can drive through at night, during the day, whereas in the
Oh,
off-season, it's locked and closed, anybody can jump the, and get through.
Yeah, I know.
So now it's easy to be patrolled.
Okay.
So
all
they
right.
can drive in, the pool will still be locked on the new fencing that's
Right.
around the pool.
Right.
But now police can also pull in during off hours, drive
Down
around,
through, go around the
make
back
the
and
loop
come
and drive
back up
around.
through. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Mr. Mira, and then Mr. Chardulo.
Good evening, Joe Mira, 7 Summerwood Drive. Again, I want to compliment everybody. I'm a firm believer when you hire an expert, it pays to pay for his input, and I see you know your business. So I'm not going to criticize or comment on what you're talking about, the right sizing. I do believe in not giving up the terrific for the perfect. Perfect is in the eyes of the beholder. I think the plan you presented is a terrific one. I would love to see it go forward. I know we're talking money, and we're talking another 3 lanes here, another 3 lanes there, and 6 lanes there. And then maybe we could widen Center Street, and let's also put another bridge across Route 15. You know, we have to stay within budgets is what I'm saying. So I think the project as you presented, you guys have done a terrific job. It looks like you did a lot of homework, a lot of background. And you know, it's very easy for anyone, myself included, to say, well, let's just add 3 feet here and 6 feet here. That's money. The town's got a budget. We got to worry about it. We talked about money. We talked about the facility. We didn't talk about community putting back into the community pool. It is a community pool. It's not my pool. It's the community pool. And you guys have done a good job trying to service the community as a total. And one thing we all overlooked is the social interaction of the kids. The way you guys have put it together, you know, we all complain. Well, I complain. Most of the kids are behind their computers. They don't go out. They don't interact. Well, what you've given us here is a great interaction platform for our kids for many generations, and I want to thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Chardulo.
Paul Chardillo, 2 Bayberry Drive. I'd like to commend the commission as well. I think the design is beautiful. Who wouldn't like that swimming pool and that facility? And I'm sure everyone in the room here tonight pretty much supports that. A couple of questions on the design, and then I have a couple of financial questions. The pool itself, did you calculate the throughput of the pool? In other words, how many users could be in the pool safely in that 8,000 square foot area with the
320.
320 people? Okay. Again, I know you did the research. My gut feeling is it looks a little tight considering that you have, can you put up that other slide where it expands the pool? There's a lot of stuff going on in that 8,000 square foot. You know, you got the pool deck, water slide, and then there's the steps, the kiddie slide, and there's what is that, a basketball hoop in the middle there?
Right, yeah.
So there's a lot of activity going on there.
There is.
It just seems like it's too small. That's just my gut input. Interesting to me that community pool as it exists today, 23,000 feet? It's probably built, what, 40 years ago, 50 years ago?
It was a pond that got paved in the 50s.
Yeah. And the population of Wallingford was about, I don't know, 15,000, 20,000 then.
And here we are, decades later, population's 46,000, and we're cutting the pool by a third. That doesn't feel right either. Again, just an observation. My estimate is that apparently the pool participation has been dropping off because this whole process originated a while back, as I recollect, with the administration or someone in government suggesting that we might close community pool because there wasn't that much usage and we weren't selling a lot of tags and it was too expensive. And I find it interesting that we've kind of gotten from that to building a new pool for $6 million. I guess I have a question through the chair, maybe to the mayor. What is it that changed your mind on that? In other words, apparently you were considering, based on usage, and probably justifiably, considering shutting it down.
The reports we were having from Recreation Department was declining usage and the serious need for repairs. I went out there with recreation officials as well as Public Works, and we can't go on with the pool as it is. It won't last for any real length of time. So then the issue is, well, either we're going to put in a new pool, or if we do nothing, then the pool will fail. And the result has been a serious amount of discussion. The commission has gotten involved, and this is their work product at this point. But the town had to do something.
Sure.
Either be shutting down the existing pool or putting in a new pool. Once you consider putting in a new pool, because at some point you can't repair it any longer.
Well, I guess that was a question I had. Was that an option? Did anybody consider a repair? Or
No.
were we saying it's...
No, I was
do anything with it?
I was told there was not an option repairing the existing pool because it's an overall failure of the systems. There's leakage from the bottom of the pool. I mean, there are serious problems. It's like buying an automobile. At some point, you can't repair it anymore. You have to either stop using it, buy a new one, or get a bicycle, I guess. But that's my recollection of the events, and there was interest in having a pool, and this is what we have.
Yeah. No, I'm a big supporter of the pool. I mean, I've been here a long time, and we were a big user of it. Don't use it too much anymore, but I think the notion of having a swimming pool is very good for the community. I see it as, it's not something we need, for sure, but it's something that we want. And I recall one other thing is when I first moved here, and I'm kind of going back a ways, but I can recall originally being able to just go to the pool without a charge. So somewhere along the line, we evolved from what I considered to be a community pool. I felt like, hey, we're paying taxes for the pool, we're paying for the maintenance, and I should be able to go swim in it for free, and I did for a while. But now we have the issue of we're charging people $40 or $50 for a pool tag, and I wonder about that. I'll speak out of the other side of my mouth now and say that if we're going to spend the $6 million, maybe we should consider allowing everyone in the community to swim for free. How much does it cost to do that? You know, what is the operating cost? What is the operating cost, by the way, for the current pool versus the new one?
You want to put the slide up, Mike?
We're getting there. We just want to see all the pretty pictures on our way to the budget.
No, that's a beautiful set of pictures you have there. So in 19, are we saying that to operate that pool, it was only $61,000?
That's correct.
Is that correct, Mr. Bose, roughly?
That's the revenue.
That's the revenue. I'm sorry? Oh, the revenue. Okay, well, I guess my question is what is the operating cost?
169,350 for 2019.
Okay, 169,350 versus, we'll be going to what, 145?
Correct.
Is that what we're saying? Operating cost. That's a pretty good deal. Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize that the old pool was like, hey, we can't repair it. There's nothing we can do about it. So given the options that we have, this seems like a good way to go. I think that cost is still a concern, in particular in light of the fact that, you know, the way I see it, and I'm speaking as a taxpayer now, our costs have been going up fairly dramatically from my point of view. Year in, year out, we're seeing roughly a $3 million expense increase every year. Taxes are going up, again, by the same amount every year. We're looking, as I understand it, we're going to be spending $20, $30, $40 million on the water system to upgrade that in the town, which is another cost that we're going to have to absorb. And so now we're going to be adding another X millions of dollars to the tax roll. But having said all that, I think I do support the pool. I'd like to see the cost minimized. I did an informal poll, my last comment, and I talked to a number of people, and I would say the majority did not want to spend the money. They were looking more at, hey, why don't we use the existing pool? But you're telling me that we can't use that. So one of the things we might want to consider is, in light of the fact that this is an election year, putting this issue on the ballot in November, and let's let the town weigh in its entirety. Because, as I said, the people in this room I know support it. That's why they're down here. But there's, 17 or 18,000 other people or families that haven't had a chance to weigh in, and this would be a great way to do it. Just put it on the ballot if you can. Thanks.
Mr. Hine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. James Hine, 342 South Elm Street. We just had a discussion about, number one, thank you for all your work. The plans are beautiful. I'm in full support of the project. You guys have done a great job. We just had a discussion about how the pool was failing and it was becoming more and more expensive to operate, and attendance was going down. When I look at that chart right there, all I see are options for increase in the tag prices. I guess what I would be interested in is, has there been discussion about offering day passes and what the price of those passes would be and what the effect would be on revenue if you did that. Also, again, guest passes. And the other thing that struck me was I didn't hear any conversation about concessions. And my guess is maybe, I'm sure you guys took that into account and either decided not to do them or for whatever reason. But one, I guess my question would be why not? And then two, did you consider food trucks? And if so, what effect would that have on the parking? I know you're talking about increasing parking, and is there an area in the plan where you could put food trucks?
Food trucks are in the plan.
Right, if you look at the slide that's up there right now, you see the last item is a food truck contract.
Okay.
And again, we chose not to go with the concession stand because of the amount of work, time, and effort that goes into it. And then your other question was day passes. You see the second to the last item, day passes at $8.
Okay.
We assume we could sell about 10 of those a day. You're talking about another $6,400 a year.
Okay.
And that's and South Windsor did this and raised almost $30,000 the first year in day passes.
Oh, I think it'll have a big effect.
Yeah.
I definitely.
And these will be purchased online.
Yeah.
So
Oh, well, even better. Even better. And then can somebody show me what effect that would have on the total revenue for the pool, and whether that would make it a profitable a business or not?
So these numbers are baked into this profit and loss summary.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then I guess my last question was, is there a particular area that you plan on putting the food trucks on the plan?
Yes.
Microphone so you're on the record, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll go back to that slide. It's on here.
So we have to take the long way around, but sorry. So the food trucks would be in this area, right there, yeah. So in the full build-out plan, you get a better sense of it. But it's not interrupting the parking, and it has a lot of area behind it, so people waiting for their food aren't in the travel ways.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sure.
Gentleman in the back.
Anthony Mattias, 32 Parkview. New here, sorry. Statement and followed by question. I've lived in this town since 1975. I have not been to the community pool since 83. Drive by it constantly. I'm always at Walmart, always up that way. I have 3 daughters. Drive out of town to go to Great Wolf Lodge. Costs me a ton of money. I would love to see this happen. I mean, just for the fact that I'm cheap, and I think it would, help out with small families such as my own. Other question, turning that into a park, great idea. The only question I have is it still going to have the same dusk till dawn limitations that Community Lake currently has and any of the other parks in town? I know for security reasons it's a great idea, but I know that I like to go out and run the linear trail, and I'm in better shape than I was when I started doing it, but it starts getting a little tough as you get to the end, and then the sun's going down, and then I got to talk to cops that are in the parking lot.
It will hold the same effect as all the other parks do. All the other parks are open on a policy from dusk till dawn.
Okay, so there won't be like additional lighting or anything there?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Cohan.
Jeff Cohan, 10 Whispering Pines Drive. A couple of quick questions. I think you did a great job on the design. I do think thinking about adding an extra lap lane is warranted. I swam a community pool when I was a kid, and they had a diving board back then. That's how far back I go. I don't look that old, but I agree with the sentiments of a lot of the counselors that if we're going to do this, let's do it right. Let's do it right the first time. I think it needs to be a showpiece for Wallingford. Doesn't have to be the Taj Mahal, but I think it's got to be something the community is going to be proud of and attract people in. So my question is, on your site visits, did you see anything else at the other sites, the pools you visited, that we might want to include that you didn't bring up?
Well, I'll let you guys talk to that, but, because most of the pools they visited, we designed, so. There are a lot of different program elements we talked about during the committee meetings. Many of them need deep water. And so one of the fundamental decisions made during the process was to cap the water depth at 5 feet for a bunch of reasons, but a lot of the things you'll see at other pools like diving boards and climbing walls need deeper water. But I think what we've got here is a pool that has a wide array of programs for a wide array of ages. And one of the things I didn't mention, the steps came up a couple of times, but the placement of the steps is really intended almost as an amphitheater setting, so you can watch the volleyball and the slide and the basketball. It's not just for access, that's why they're so wide. But I think, you know, it's kind of a nice mix for this community of programs.
Okay, so basically, no,
I mean, we kind of looked at what Mike has built in the past based on presentation slides of other towns and kind of just picked, like, we think the basketball would be something that would draw interest with the kids. The slide obviously would be a draw. So we kind of just went through and picked from various projects that Mike had completed and kind of thought what would fit to our scope.
In addition to the ones we did, as I mentioned, we had a consultant with a national footprint. So we had the ability to look at things that are being done, you know, say on the west coast or down south, that are a little more progressive, but they're more water park-like, not community pool.
Right.
One of the things that we will look at is in the spray pad, the features that are going to be attractive to the age groups. And I think that's one of the things we'll be picking out a little closer once we get to that point.
Right. You know, again, my question is, you know, let's do it right the first time, and, you know, it's cheaper to do it that way than, you know, say, hey, we want something after, you know, we've started. So, you know, a couple other things. I like the fact that, you know, we're talking about kind of a year-round venue, you know, a couple things, you know, maybe bocce court, shuffleboard court, you know, I don't know what other, you know, things that you might want to include. You know, I was thinking, you know, maybe water polo was something that, you know, might fit in there as well.
Water polo is another event that needs deep water.
Okay. And my last comment is, you know, we want to attract a lot of folks coming to use this, and, you know, I was thinking maybe get creative in some of the admission prices, maybe have a free day for, you know, townwide, you know, bring a guest for free, you know, try and get people who may not ordinarily, you know, like that gentleman, you know, come to the pool, experience it, and then, you know, buy a pass. So hopefully we could get, you know, quite a bit of participation. Thank you.
Mr. Walworth, is that you behind that beard?
Good evening, John Walworth, 28 Laurelwood Drive. You know, every project should be a balance based on need, a balance of facilities, a balance of cost. This really looks like it has a great mix of all of those to meet the needs of the very young and the seniors, to respond to the current programs and yet allow new programs to be developed around the facilities that are there. Let's not go too crazy. When I look at 2 more lanes, I've been out there maybe 25 times this year. I've seen maybe 2 people in the lanes. Now, rush hour, we don't build our highways for the rush hour. We shouldn't necessarily expand this facility with 2 more lanes, I don't believe, for the following reason. A lane is 7 by 50. That same area accommodates 14 people. So I've heard that the pool is not large enough, yet we're going to expand it for only 1 person times 2. Let's look at the balance you have here. I would go, they need direction now because they have to go to wetlands immediately. And they will wait a month for wetlands to review it. Then they have maybe a month of approval. Then they have to go to planning and zoning. And that's another wait for a month, and then another month before they approve it. So the time is tight. I think you've got a great project here. There's some great questions that were brought up about the location of the bus lane. That needs to be pushed up probably even a little further because of the turning movements of the trucks. But I think they've responded very well to so many questions. I would look at this. They've got a national consultant. They're a consultant that's done 10 pools. They've talked to Park and Rec. They've studied it and they looked at the number of lanes. Why would we increase it by 50% when we have hundreds of hours of discussion to get to this point? But we do deserve a community pool, and I support the project the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Sala, is it?
I just have a couple of quick questions. And also just, again, super excited about the pool and the concept and everything you're putting into it. Mr. Shortell mentioned that there were 5,300 tags in 2010, did you say? I mean, so we're at 2,500 right now. I mean, there's a lot of potential people, I think, who are going to come back to this pool when it's built. So I think your projections for revenue are actually pretty low. And that's super exciting when looking at these numbers. How many food trucks could be accommodated by that space, just out of curiosity? Just one?
It would
So
just
that $2,500 fee would be for one person providing food?
There's space for two.
Is there space?
Two.
So two. So it would be something that would have to go out to bid. So
Okay.
it'd be on a bid price per month.
Okay, just curious. That seems, and I don't sell food, so I don't know, but it seems steep. And then the bus stop, is that only for campers, or would that be a regular town bus stop for a regular town bus too?
No, the initial intent for that bus stop is for when camp groups come in. It wouldn't be a school bus route or a bus pickup spot.
Okay. I mean, what about an idea of, in order to get more people to the pool, having that also be a bus stop on the regular town bus route? Is that a possibility, or is that something we could, just a thought?
Well, the kids have to come to the pool with their parents, so they can't just be dropped off and let
For
off at the
sure,
pool.
but there's a lot of people in town who might take public transportation to get to the pool if there was a regular bus route offered to it. Just a thought. There's a lot of people who go to the Walmart via bus and go to all sorts of places through town just by bus. There's a lot of people who may appreciate a $40 pass that they can bring their kids, but not have the transportation to get there all the time.
From
That
a
would be a
design
nice idea.
standpoint, the curb cut and the bus stop would accommodate a city bus as well as a camp bus. That would be an operational decision.
That'd be awesome. That'd be really awesome for our community, I think. And then for the slide and the volleyball, slide versus volleyball, how do you decide when the kids get to use the slide and when the kids get to play volleyball, since the two areas seem to be very close to each other? I could see that being very dangerous if you're trying to do both at once.
That would be an on-site programming decision based on the pool supervisor. They can designate times throughout the day that volleyball is going to be from 12 to 1 and the slide will be operable from 1 to 3.
Okay, so everybody's got to share. Got it, okay. And then last question, just another possible revenue area, solar, right? You've got new roofs going up, you've got a picnic pavilion potentially. Pretty easy, since you're building that structure anyway, it's probably going to be a pretty wind-resistant structure to add a few solar panels on. That's going to offset your cost for operation, electricity for pumps. Has that been a consideration at all, or is that a possibility?
It's possible, but the lighting load here is very minimal, and the solar would not be enough to drive the pumps, which is your only big electrical load.
I'm talking more of like a net metering kind of idea, as opposed to actually directly powering the pumps.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a possibility. There's not a lot of roof surface facing the right way, but it's possible.
Just a thought. Thank you so much.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for all of your time, your hard work in this, and your patience. And I think it's time to call the vote.
Fishbein.
Pass.
I'll allow it this once.
Voting.
You were gonna add stuff, and now you don't know?
Yes, come back.
LAFFIN.
Yes.
LETOURNEAU.
Yes.
Marone. Morgenstein.
Yes.
Shortell.
Yes.
Testa.
Yes, and I vote yes for Counselor Fishbein too.
Yeah, he passed his vote, right?
All right.
It's a very obscure rule in parliamentary procedure.
Let's focus.
Zandri.
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni.
Counselor Fishbein.
I would go before him, and the answer after much pondering is yes, so thank you.
And I vote yes. So we are on to the next steps.
Standing. Thank you.
I'm going to call a brief recess so we can tear down the projector, and I'm pretty sure that GTV could use a tape break. So I declare the council in recess. Call the meeting back to order. We are on to item 3, which is discussion regarding the CMEC arbitration and settlement. I'm sorry, item 8. Item 8 on the agenda. It was the third live item. Thank you. Councilor Zandri, your name is first on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. I wanted to take an opportunity to maybe flush out the rest of the answers to everything that went on with the fallout with CMEC, us getting out of the agreement. I mean, I know that the board, you guys have been here a number of different times, but continually I've run into people that have additional questions for me and that I can't completely answer. I asked them, maybe you want to go to PUC meetings and ask, and they thought, I've had different people come forward and say, could we bring it in front of the council so the public could speak? And I said, sure, I don't see why we couldn't do that. I have a few specific questions that I want to be able to ask and kind of get some final answers to as well. So I really appreciate that you're here this evening, especially given the late hour. So for me, the questions that I have that have come from the settlement is I know that this stemmed from us exiting the agreement, and then at some point as we were analyzing, as we were trying to exit, we were dealing with the fact that there were certain charges that we were paying. Some get settled out under a true up, and I want to get a better understanding of that because it seemed like at some points we were getting true ups on a monthly basis or were supposed to be reconciled that way. And then I guess during the issues that got brought up as we exited, we felt that we had a right to go back farther. I want to understand that better. It seems like we lost our arguments on the power cost adjustment going back like that. So I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense for me just to ask my questions. If you guys had like a really brief summary, you want to start with that? What do you think makes the most sense?
Well, forgive me. Before you answer his question, just please identify yourselves for the record and then answer Councilor Zandri's question.
I'm Gerald E. Farrell, Senior Town Attorney.
GINA Small Corporation Counsel.
Bob Beaumont, Chairman of the PUC.
Richard Hendershot, Director of Public Utilities.
Thank you all.
Yeah, so I can just ask my questions that I have, and we can move on. I mean, I don't know if, what do you think makes the most sense? I mean.
Go ahead and ask the questions, please.
Sure, I think that's helpful, because again, you guys have been up here before. So I want to make sure that I understand, the money that we did receive. So, we received 3.6 million for the past true-ups, and these were the overcharges. They gave us an amount we were supposed to pay, we paid it, then we went through reconciliation of what we really should have actually got charged. Now, those numbers, were those monthly true-ups? Was it some longer period? Was that an ultimate end of the arbitration? I mean, really, where did that money come from? That number, that 3.67 million?
A good portion of that came from charges that the arbitrator found should not have been included in bills to us. So he pointed out things like Transco and other things, lobbying charges, etc., that he felt were improperly included, and said they have to give that back to us. And because he found that it was like pulling teeth to get information out of CMEC, that we were entitled to a full 10% interest on the refunds per year.
So the way that I understand the way you've just explained it, that's not really like a true-up. That was basically like already past the true-up phase, and they came back afterwards and said this is like an additional amount. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think my reading of it is where that most of it came from. The true-up issue had to do with the contract clearly entitled us to annual true-ups, the public power agreement. But in fact, it also came under Rate 9, which everybody paid, and Rate 9 called for either annual or monthly true-ups. And we had never asked for annual true-ups, but we always got the monthly true-ups.
Okay, so this was on top of that. Okay, so then there was additional information that came out during the course of all these events, where we had at one point felt we might be able to recover a larger sum than we actually did, and I don't want to get into the minutia of the different numbers. Well, what I want to be able to understand, some of those values that we were given were potential savings going forward, in particular contracts. Now, some of these contracts we got out of, some I believe we're still in. So like the 50 and 5 were out of that.
That is correct.
So we've gotten whatever differential we were supposed to get. We're not going to see anything in the future on that particular one.
That would be correct.
Could I bring up, though, that some of the projections had us staying in that project additional years.
Right.
We made a decision based upon everything we discovered in arbitration that we wanted to get out of that project. We had the right to get out of it. By doing nothing, we got out of it. We didn't have to vote to get out. We just had to do nothing, and that got us out. We could have stayed in. We could have opted to stay in. We just felt, all in all, from what we learned in the arbitration, we're going to not renew that. But
So-
we did save over 100,000 in 1 year from givebacks, but we projected out that times 10. So that money disappeared by the decision not to go forward.
Okay, so is it fair to say that we made a decision to not stay in it, even though we would have had this generation available to us at a lower cost because of some of the things that we discovered in all of this arbitration case?
To begin with, the generation would not, if you will, quote unquote, have been available to us per se. Any generation is basically controlled by ISO to begin with. Now, with respect to microgen or 50 and 5, that was all behind the meter, and which is here again. That would have been cost avoidance. That is what it was sold to the CMEC board on many years ago.
Okay, but I mean, so I guess so let me try to ask my question differently. We could have gotten a savings going forward had we stayed with them, but we decided to not stay with them because of the past behavior, what got uncovered during the arbitration and the dealings with them. I mean, is it fair to say we didn't feel like they were people we wanted to be in business with, and that's part of the reason why we exited that?
That's a reasonable statement, but an analysis by our experts and in-house staff was that project wasn't really in the money nor projected to be in the money. The savings we would have had is it would have cost us less money to stay in the project. Whereas versus Pierce, the money that we're saving, which is over $350,000 a year savings, that adds to our profit. That project's in the money. And that's why we like that project too.
So now we're still in Pierce until 2021, is that correct?
Yes, and we have the right to stay in that project as long as we want. So projecting that out 10 years as a reasonable number of years is a fair statement. But again, you're correct. We could decide that we're not going to go forward on it.
All right, so it's fair to say that if you're going to project, because we have the option, we could see that savings if we were to decide to stay, because nothing's been decided past 2020. The other ones were out of them, so any argument of what you would have recovered from them are done because we're out of those.
Correct.
Fair.
Okay.
Any of the projections, just as an FYI, any of the projections that were made as to what any cost avoidance or cost savings would be were based on a 10-year basis, and that was irrespective of whether it was the projects or whatever. Okay, so I mean that was the baseline that we ended up using, and that has been what has been used from day one.
Okay, no, that makes sense as well. I had a couple of other ones, and so all of the costs have been realized as far as, you know, the legal fees and everything else. We've already settled all of that. Now, we've gotten out of those micro-generating contracts. So that means that these other entities that remain, how does that work? Do they buy up our slack? Or do we know how that was handled? We were almost 40% of their contract, right? And
Correct.
so when we exited, that left them with a gap. They probably sold into other entities that wanted to be in there, I presume.
Basically what they were doing is they were hedging based on the anticipated volume that would be needed to handle all 6 of the municipals plus additional customers that they had. They were hedging, you know, this is why it took us a while, if you will, to wind down, in fairness to both parties. We got out effective 1/1/14. All right, then, you know, that is when they stopped, that is when we stopped being a whole requirements customer of CMEC. Then over 15, we were a little bit less than a whole requirement. 16, less so. 17, far less so, until we be, as of 1/1/18, totally out. So that it gradually declined. This did not, I don't believe it adversely impacted them in terms of having over hedged, because they were hedging based on the anticipated volume. They had hedged partially for us for 14, for 15, for 16, for 17. And, you know, each year was a declining basis.
So I'm a little, one of the things that I would get confused about when I'm reading different things is the energy that, with respect to New York Power Authority. Now, were we buying power from them or selling power to them? That always, I was a little bit confused with that.
We have a short term for it. We call it NYPA power, but it is New York Hydropower. And that's based upon that the federal government came up with the money to build these hydropower dams. There's something called the preference clause that requires the power to first be sold to government utilities like municipals like ourselves. And so it's allotted to all the municipals in Connecticut, And CMEC is appointed by the governor of Connecticut to act as the agent for receiving that power for all the municipals in Connecticut. That's their role in that. Now, one of the things that came out of the arbitration, not as a direct ruling, but as we're interplaying with them and fighting over different issues. Before the arbitration started, they were charging Wallingford $5 a megawatt to act as the agent for Wallingford. They now, on their own, charge us 25 cents per megawatt. That's a savings of well over $100,000 a year, and that's going to, so far as we can see, go into the future. It wasn't a ruling because the arbitrator said, oh, that's not part of the contract. But it came from it. That's what we're now being charged, 25 cents per megawatt as versus $5 per megawatt. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Now, so you mentioned that CMEC was the acting body of that. Now, with us changing our status or standard, are we still buying from the New York Power Authority or no?
We don't actually, no. They allot it to Connecticut. That's our share based upon, as I understand it, the number of residential meters in the town of Wallingford. That's how the allocation that goes to Connecticut is spread between the different municipalities. The number of residential meters, although somehow Mohegans and the tribes got in, although they have no residential meters.
Now, is that regardless of our current standing with CMEC?
Absolutely.
All right, so
has nothing to do
Absolutely.
with it.
So that helps.
They are mutually exclusive.
Okay.
If you will.
No, because that's also another helpful. It's helpful for me to know that too. So, can you help me understand these springing contracts? Maybe just a quick summary, because I read those and I don't really understand what those mean.
When these two projects, it's Microgen, sometimes we call it 50 and 5, and Pierce were coming into existence, they really didn't affect Wallingford that much because, well, I shouldn't say they didn't affect Wallingford that much. The cost of those was built into rate 9. So we paid for those projects through rate 9. The springing contracts were put in as a safeguard for what eventually did happen, that we left being an all-needs customer of CMEC. That's why they were called springing contracts. They were entered into, I believe, in 2009, but they didn't come really into being an active contract until we pulled out of CMEC. So that's why they're called springing contracts.
Okay. So I know we've had a lot of different numbers based on, you know, again, future savings as we go in. But I mean, if I had to answer the question today, if somebody said, listen, we kept doling out money to defend ourselves in court and to fight certain things, we spent X, and I think that was it 2.8 in legal fees? I want to make sure I have my numbers right.
It wasn't just legal fees.
All the activity that went around it, the entire having to deal with the entire case.
Yes.
It was a 2.8 expenditure. So in things that we've recovered today, interest that we got today, forgetting just for a moment everything going forward, what's the net difference? If somebody said, okay, we spent 2.8, what did we get through the award? What would that number be today?
Well, one amount that hasn't been mentioned at all tonight is, as we were leaving CMEC, we had 4 years left of where they were going to be selling us power. They immediately, and so far as I could tell without minutes, added $1 per megawatt charge to rate 9, which we would be paying for 4 years. We jumped on that right away, and Attorney Small did a lot of work on that. They immediately backed off. The fact they backed off and rescinded that over the 4 years, saved Wallingford $1,348,000.
And that's fair, because that was from the time when they tried to do it up to, today. So, I mean, between that and the Arbiter Award, I mean, what's the net today?
I think it comes in between, somewhere between, counting what we're saving in the future, of between 10 and $11 million.
So but that number you're estimating what we'll save going forward, right?
Yes.
But I mean, like, just because when I tell people that, I get the, well, you don't know tomorrow, rates could change, we could go with another person. We spent 2.8 and we got an Arbiter Award. So what was that? So I mean, if I had to answer somebody, what would that be?
All right, we received $3,670,000
So
as
3.6
as a cash payment. Due to the pushback that we had in 2013, we ended up saving some 1.3 million, 1.35 million over time. Other than that, what you're looking at right now is you're looking on a going forward basis. Pierce, you're talking close, you're talking actually closer to 400,000 a year that's being saved on that. And this, I have to say, was done on their own. They all of a sudden dropped from 500 and some odd thousand down to 135,000 that they were charging for A&G, administrative and general expenses, which is really more in line with what we always felt that it should have been to begin with, in all honesty. But so that happened as of the beginning of 2019. So on a going forward basis, it certainly looks like that should remain. That is an anticipated savings of close to 4 million right there.
Because when, again, and this was based again on different meetings that I've sat here and the briefs that I've read. I was always fuzzy on that final number. So, and I said, it's got to be at least $1 million. So it sounds like it's like $800,000 to the net positive just today. But it sounds like with the projections, we're basically saving about $1 million a year going forward for the next 10 years. Is that a fair assessment, or just the ballpark?
That's in that range, I would say.
Yeah, because I mean, again, when people ask me, well, why would we keep doing business this way or that way? Well, we're saving, we're going forward, we're still getting $1 million. Now, as things change, rates we may buy power elsewhere. We don't know necessarily what the future holds, but based on past history, prior charges, current charges going forward, and the same mechanism to buy, that it's a $1 million differential on an annual basis.
Well, what should be pointed out too is that once the decision was made to back away from CMEC and Wallingford became a market player itself, Wallingford now buys its energy itself in the market. The savings we've had per year is over $2 million per year. And that's going to go into the future. That's what we save by not paying CMEC to act as our agent buying this power. So it's over $2 million.
So that's actually a side effect of the end result of leaving this. So this is kind of like, let me make sure I understand. So we basically said to them, you broker on behalf of us, and it's cost, we got whatever deal we got. Now we kind of broker for ourselves and we're saving $2 million.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, I mean, at this point, I don't know if anyone, I mean, it was our item, we had talked about it. I don't know if any, I want to kind of turn it back. I'm done with questions myself, unless something else comes up. I mean, these were what I wanted to ask. So thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'll just ask a quick question. So I think the way it was worded way back when we were still negotiating and then had the settlement was, as we move forward and we do sort of a regrouping of how this all came out, are there things with the review of contracts? I know that, we hired attorneys that were specialists in this field, and no, ill will toward any of you here at the table, but is there anything differently moving forward from our standpoint that we learn from this basis to not get ourselves in a position where the things that were going badly could go badly again.
I don't know if I'd say they went badly. I think the arbitration itself started off where we weren't winning on the early points, and we were concerned about it, but it turned around once the arbitrator realized who was wearing the white hats. So,
It's a nice way to put it.
And specifically to your point, since this, every contract that's come in front of the PUC, we've taken out the arbitration clause and replaced it with language that says, if things go south in this contract, we'll see you in court. We're not going to go through arbitration.
I know
There will be no arbitration.
a couple of years ago, Councilor FISHBEIN on the agreement with North Haven on the interconnection asked me why there was no arbitration clause in that contract. And the answer was CMEC. Once we saw how really expensive and time-consuming arbitration can be, I'd much rather go to court.
No, absolutely.
So that's our take-home message.
We hope we're never in that position again, Counselor. Believe me, but if we are, it would be going to court. It would not be going through arbitration again.
And we're, because they were now buying their own power, we're in far greater, we're closer to the transaction, so you can see all the aspects of the transaction instead of relying upon a third party. So, I think because it's worked out so well, now that they're buying power on their own, I think you can see that, if you were ever to enter into that type of an arrangement again, I think to your point that, what do you learn is, you really have to be a lot more careful. Here you had a group of municipal agencies. CMEC is a municipal agency, and at some point in time it turned where, we couldn't trust them anymore. So,
And the other towns that exited prior to us,
they're all still in there.
they're all
locked in there by
They're all in there. The way this sort of got running is when Drew Rankin came in as the CEO of CMEC, replacing Morris Scully. He proposed to Wallingford that we enter into this new contract that would, if you remember, all our contracts were addendums on a 1994 original contract. We just kept adding addendums to it. We got up to the 5th addendum. Mr. Rankin proposed a brand new contract, which our analysis of it was, if we ever signed it, there was no way out. We wouldn't have become a member of CMEC, but we'd become a bound slave to them, really. We never would have been able to get out of that contract.
so that was really the precipitant?
That's how we got going on the idea, well, isn't there a better way to do it? And George Adair was asked by the commission, go out and find alternatives to dealing with CMEC. And that's how we came to be a market player.
And when we pulled out, they felt it was not legitimate for us to have been.
Well, I don't think it was, we were 40% of their business, and I think they tried to get inventive on how they were going to stick us with the funds in the 4 years they had left.
Just one quick comment with regard to the contract, with the idea of us becoming a member of CMEC, because that is what CMEC wanted. Well, what CMEC wanted for us to become a member, in addition to signing this contract that, quite frankly, as Attorney Farrell says, we would never be able to get out of based on the verbiage, and that applies also to the other municipals. They are locked in, essentially based on how it's written, they are locked in forever. But in addition to that, they wanted us to pay something north of $6 million to go ahead and buy into becoming a member. When I heard that figure, my comment was immediately, and Mr. Hendershot would back this up, I believe, based on what I said both to he and to George Adair. I asked, is there any other provider? Before we go and approve $6 million to go ahead and become a member of CMEC, is there any other provider? Because I just could not, in good conscience, go ahead and do that without doing some due diligence. Fortunately, Rick came up with the fact that he was aware of Ace's Power Marketing out of Indiana. Thanks to going out there, that led to about a 3-year process where we ended up learning a little bit about part of the business that we didn't know anything about, namely purchasing power on our own as a, through an agency rather than buying it through CMEC. That's one of the reasons that we're saving money today. And it was it was a simple question. Correct?
Yes.
That was it. I mean, that simple question took, proceeded, the mayor was involved in training on it, from ACES, as were some of the councilmen, as were all of the commissioners and the senior staff at the utility. But this was a 3-year process before we ever left. And then when we made the decision, we did it via an RFP, and we ended up leaving. But as I say, the thing that started it was when they told us that it was going to cost us $6 million to join, and they were pushing us in that direction. And I said, no, we're going to look more deeply at this.
See something else.
That's where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, all. So I just want to focus on the true-ups a little bit, because my understanding is that there were claims in this case that there was misappropriation or misuse of funds, and because of the time period at which you made those claims, there was an issue. Is that fair? There was like a sort of like a statute of limitations claim that diffused and got rid of sort of a portion of our claim.
The only misappropriation claim I knew about was they're going to Kentucky Derbies and other junkets, and they paid that back so far as I know.
Well, and also misappropriation is, you had mentioned that they spent money that we had paid for lobbying activities. That was an improper use of the money. They were billing us, essentially, after that activity happened, you have to pay for a lobbying activity. That was an example. So that was something we were looking to claim. Is that fair?
It is fair, but I need to point out to you that when we were fully in the projects, they had a certain amount of money that they applied for A&G to the 2 projects. As soon as they became aware that we were pulling out, those figures went up over 300% within a couple of years. So you could say, well, gee, what were they doing before? Well, they weren't doing it before. They weren't trying to stick it to us like they did once they knew we were getting out. I spoke to Attorney O'Neill, and he calculated that, in his opinion, we lost 4 months on not being able to go back. That's what he answered to me when I said, I think that'll be an issue at tonight's meeting. How much did we lose? He said 4 months. But I can tell you from what I saw, they weren't pulling the same games back then. So even if we could have gone back a few more years, we wouldn't have found what they were doing in the years that got into the arbitration.
So I heard 4 months, and I heard a few more years.
No, I said even if we wanted to go back a few more years, we wouldn't have found the misappropriations because they weren't doing it back then. Now, with new management and the arbitration, they've gone back to figures in the Pierce project that closely resemble what existed before, and we have found those to be legitimate expenses.
But it appears that those statements sort of run in contrast with each other, because if they weren't doing it, then you wouldn't have made a claim that ultimately the arbitrator said you can't make, right? So there had to have been some claims that you identified, that you sought, that you asked the arbitrator to address, that he said because of the passage of time, you can't make those claims.
Craig, a couple things. One, we had gone along, we honestly and truly believed, up until about March or April of 2013, we thought that we were, to the best of our knowledge, from any figures that we could see, we thought we were initially, we thought we were being treated fairly. March 31 of 2013 is when they levied this $1 per megawatt hour on us. We did push back on that, as Attorney Farrell says, and that ended up saving significant money over the next 4 years. Now, as a result thereof, come May of 2013 is when we gave CMEC the notice that we were leaving. Because of what they did with regard to that dollar, we started looking. We started digging in a manner that we never had before, because we never realized, we were basically, except for not technically being a member, we were a member of the group, if you will, that was there. And we started seriously digging at that point in time, is what I would have to say.
No, I understand that.
Okay, but then, as far as not being able to go back, we had started questioning things, and in fact, as I know, in fact, in August of 2013, we specifically questioned something with regard to 50 and 5, later known as microgen. That would have allowed us to go, even with that project, it would have allowed us to go back 11 months with regard to that, which would have taken us back to September of 2012. Had there been, the issue didn't go back that far, in all honesty, but we started questioning things from them in 2013, which would have allowed us, even with the 11 months, it would have allowed us to go back into 2012.
Understood. So, but I'm hearing that they weren't doing this bad stuff during that period of time. So, I don't know why.
The more we looked,
the
and the more numbers we finally were able to receive, we did in fact find that, they probably were doing some things that maybe weren't quite the way they should have been.
And that was
where it really came into play was as of 1/1/2014, once we were now no longer a whole requirements customer. At that point then, as Attorney Farrell says, that is when you started seeing a jump in the A&G expenses for the projects. You ended up seeing,
And that's a different issue. I'm not talking about that issue.
But
if I could, once the relationship started to go south.
We started to do our due diligence. I got it.
No, we asked for information to see how we were treated up to that point in time. And their emphatic answer was, we're not giving it to you, we don't have to give it to you, and you're not going to get it in any arbitration. And Jerry, those were their exact words to us. So we were looking for that information as to how much so the fact that it was cut off at that point is not as significant.
But ultimately, the arbitrator said that you can't go back that period of time.
I mean, we don't agree with how we got there, but that's what he ruled.
Whatever. I heard Attorney Farrell said when we looked at it, they weren't doing that stuff, and I don't know why we would make a claim if they weren't doing that stuff.
To our knowledge in 2013, we didn't think that they were.
I understand.
Yeah. Now,
I'm just trying to move forward.
We got into negotiations with them to go ahead and try to come up with a settlement on some of these things.
Okay, my point.
We're trying to get information. Let me, if you will, and I think it's important to continue on it, sir. Continuing onward, we kept getting pushback and pushback. Didn't get anything settled via negotiations, which is what the contracts called for, both the PSA as well as the two contracts we had for the projects. Fast forward into 2014, we get into mediation. As per the contract, it was supposed to go from negotiations to mediation to arbitration. Started arbitration, I believe it was April of 2015.
I've lived all this. I know all of this.
Well, no, but the reason I mention that is because
The claims had already been made by that time.
As far as the arbitrator was concerned, we only started pushback in April of 2015 when we started the arbitration.
Well, if I recall correctly, when I read the decision, the arbitrator found that you made a claim because you didn't get the true-ups on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis.
On a post-audit basis, yes, sir.
Yes, and because you got them on a monthly basis, that was sufficient. That was the determination of the arbitrator, and that you should have made those claims at that time, if I recall correctly.
That was what he claimed, yes.
Okay. So my question is, in whose job description did it and does it appear that somebody is charged with reviewing those documents? Or was it never addressed in anybody's job description?
Yeah, I don't think it's a job description issue. The issue is that the true-up that the arbitrator brought as a true-up was not a true-up. That was merely a comparison with a budgeted number. It was not an actual number. The arbitrator, as far as I know, believed that those monthly true-ups were acceptable. We did not feel they were acceptable, as they were estimates. They were estimates against what the budget had said and not an actual figure. So you have to have a year go by before you're going to be able to have a true-up, because all you're doing is compared to a budget figure. As you know, all of our budgets are estimates. So the arbitrator stuck with that as a basis for his ruling. We disagree with it.
And our disagreement was based upon the fact that under the contract, we are required to get annual post-budget true-ups, right?
Correct.
So in whose job description was it to make sure that we got the documents that we were contractually supposed to get? Was it in mine? Whose was it in? Because they lost us money.
The whole arbitration was about a deterioration of what was happening in that contract. And we were asking for it. It doesn't mean necessarily we had to have it every year of the contract. It wasn't until we started to get out that we became concerned about what they were doing. We never waived our contractual rights to have true-ups. We argued we still had the right to those. So we didn't lose anything because of anything we did. We couldn't get it because an arbitrator decided that, somehow you've waived that right, or it's gone because you had monthly true-ups, which we didn't even feel they were true-ups on a monthly basis.
But before we even get an arbitrator involved, when we're talking about negotiation or reviewing this claim, these documents are coming in from CMEC on a monthly basis. I would expect that somebody's saying, okay, this is from CMEC, it says true up, does this comply? Did they even review it is a whole other question. Somebody archived it, somebody filed it. Who was responsible for making sure that that document was the appropriate document? Or, I mean, because part of my concern is that this body, not in this fashion, because I think it was a different makeup, recognized some concerns with the PUC. And this body recommended, by a majority, to expand the PUC. I know I did because I was concerned that nobody was reading the documents. And that didn't happen. So I'd like to know who was responsible. I mean, is it the PUC members? Is it in their job description, their responsibilities as the overseers, as the appointees? Is it the executive director? I don't know. I think the public is entitled to an answer. And if it isn't in somebody's job description, I think it should be.
Craig, the responsibility for management of the utility is with the PUC as well as the head staff, the director, etc. I do not understand how you find something is wrong here when contractually we had a right to the information. Whether it was being done every year or not, there was no reason to question it earlier. There certainly was a reason, and we did immediately question it. They refused to give us the information. That's not a fault of any staff. That's a fault of the parties and ultimately the arbitrator, who, in my opinion, misreads the rights of on our side of the contract question.
So when did we first ask for the true-ups that we believe that we never got, that would have been in compliance with the contract?
I think it was spring of 2013.
Was that before or after hiring Attorney O'Neill?
Our Attorney O'Neill has always been involved in a lot of the projects that the electric division is involved in.
Hiring Attorney O'Neill with regard to this claim? Because I would have thought, I mean, because he's an expert and he gets a lot of money, he would have looked at the agreement, he would have looked at the documents that you have, and he perhaps would have put it together, this is not in compliance. But
He was involved in it. The letter requesting it was sent by George Adair, but Attorney O'Neill was involved.
And this was in 2013, as I say, that this is when we first seriously started, you know, because of that dollar that had no justification in March of 2013. That is when we started doing some digging and really seriously asking for additional documentation to make sure that we were being treated fairly overall. Up until then, it looked as if everything was fine. You know, the bills got reviewed every single month and everything looked fine.
But we don't know what else is there in the years we've been dealing with this company.
Well, we finally got, over the course of the next, what was it, 3 or 4 years it took before we finally got, matter of fact, it was even 2018 we were still getting some of the numbers that we were asking for. I mean, January, February of 2018, we finally got some of the numbers that we needed. And they stonewalled us basically from 2013 onward.
So do we presently get reports like this from CMAQ?
Yes, sir.
And whose responsibility is it to review those presently?
Presently, all we're left in with CMEC is the Pierce project, and we receive the Pierce project's asset management report monthly from them. And I and the business staff of the electric division review that information monthly. That's how we noticed how they magically reduced their charges without any intervention by us at the beginning of this year. The only other thing we're in business, if you will, with CMEC is the NIPA energy, and we get a statement regarding that every month and review that as well. And that actually also washes through our current wholesale power supply agent, Energy New England, who, with our oversight, but they handle the day-to-day management of our portfolio, and they check all the arithmetic, if you will, on the NIPA bill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, comments from the council? Public? Mr. Hine, I was waiting for you two to figure out which of the two of you was coming.
I just have a couple quick questions. James Hine, 342 South Elm. In follow-up to Councilor Fishbein's questioning. I understand what you received now. I guess during the time that the power supply agreement was in effect from 2004 to 2013, whose job was it to look over these statements or invoices that were being supplied by CMAQ?
To the best of my knowledge, it would have been, our business office would have reviewed the monthly bills, and they would also have been reviewed by the director, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And then I guess my next question would be, what's a little concerning to me is that the claim, as far as I understand, by Wallingford, or by the electric division, was that it was not receiving, or it had not received annual true-ups for the 9 years that the power supply agreement was in effect. And if that's true, I guess what concerns me is that, you know, year one goes by, you don't receive a annual true-up, nothing's done about it. Year two goes by, you don't receive an annual true-up, nothing's done about it. Year three goes by, year four goes by, year five goes by, year six goes by, year seven goes by, year eight goes by. And it's not until the 9th year that this claim is actually made. And so my question would be, why wasn't that made, and what's being done about that now so that we don't run into this kind of situation again? I mean, do we have an attorney on staff that is reviewing contracts that we enter into, and or reviewing bills on a regular basis, or invoices that we're receiving on an annual basis?
The contracts that the electric division is entering into now with counterparties on energy that we're buying are reviewed by an expert, yes, an expert attorney.
Okay, and you know, I appreciate that. Does the electric division have any contracts in place with similar type limitation periods, where that limits our ability to go back and challenge bills or invoices that it receives? Or was this kind of, these contracts with CMAQ the only contracts where these types of provisions were included?
My understanding was that there was not such a provision in that contract, and that was the arbitrator's decision. Did I understand that correctly from you?
No, I don't think that was the case.
The contracts said that we could only question bills within 11 months of their receiving them, and he took that into
the true-up,
questioning anything they did, right?
Yeah. And my concern was that in this particular instance, if we had actually succeeded on our claims on the power supply agreement issue, that although we may have been overcharged for a period of 9 years, we would have only been able to go back 11 months. And that's a little concerning to me, that this issue had been out there for 9 years and it wasn't raised, and then we would have been limited to going back 11 months, even if we had succeeded on that issue. And so that's why I ask, is there any other contracts that you're aware of that have this type of provision? And what's being done to make sure that we're challenging bills on a regular basis or a timely basis so we don't run into this situation again?
We don't know of any contracts like that.
The bulk of the contracts that we, if you will, I say contracts, I'll call them that, the bulk of them are contracts specifically for energy. Those are a standard form. There is, to my knowledge, absolutely no such thing as any sort of limitation with regard to that. The bills that come in from ICE of New England and from the various counterparties that we have, those are reviewed on a monthly basis, up and down, back and forth, etc. And we know because of the hedging, we know what our price is supposed to, what our cost is going to be to begin with from each of the counterparties. I can tell you right now, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but assuming I did, I could tell you what our energy is going to cost in 2020. Based on the hedging that we are doing, that we have done and are doing at this point in time. So we know very specifically what we are going to be paying for power through our counterparties.
My next question has to do with the Pierce project agreement. And one of the things that was talked about earlier is the estimate for future savings on that agreement. And I think it was about, estimated to be about $4 million over a 10-year period. Has there been any decision as to whether that contract will be renewed in 2021 when it comes up?
We, in all likelihood, will not be making a decision on that until closer to that time frame. At this point, it's in the money. Two, they have reduced the accounting and general expenses by $400,000 from what they had been a year ago, and it looks like it's going to be continuing in that manner. So that there is, I guess there would be less of a reason to go ahead and do so with that one than there had been with Microgen, as it was ultimately known, and which we took the off-ramp on the beginning of this year.
Yeah, I guess my issue with that estimate, though, is that by default, without doing anything, that contract terminates in 2021. And
correct.
I'm correct on that, right?
Well, at the end of 2021, we can leave, or we can exercise an option to remain it for an additional either 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, but my point is that if you don't exercise that right, by default, that agreement terminates, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so we have an estimate of future savings going out 10 years. There has not been a decision as to whether we're actually going to renew, and by default, that contract terminates in 2 years. So why would we estimate future savings going out 10 years when the contract, as it stands today, terminates in 2?
That's really no different than a tenant that has a very favorable lease, that has a very favorable option, that he's going to beat the market rate on rentals. He's going to estimate that he's going to save X amount of money because he has a great option, and even helps him sell his business. There's really no difference. We have a contractual right to stay in that project. We have a contractual right to get out of that project. It depends on variables like where capacity is. That's a hedging plant, and capacity. On a hedging plant, you make more money if you never have to come online. I should say peaking plant. The plant, the company that rents part of the Pierce property, they love it when they never have to come online because they make more money. They don't even have an employee there. He's down in Philadelphia. But the basis of that contract is we can stay in if we view it as favorable, and right now it's in the money. So if we had to make the decision today, we'd stay in it. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Okay, and
I would certainly second that comment that yes, we would stay in it. If I had to vote today, I would vote to stay in it. I'm only one vote, however.
No, I appreciate that. It was just, I didn't see that. Whenever I saw those estimates for future savings, I didn't see any proviso that the contract actually terminates in 2 years, or there's a potential that that contract terminates in 2 years. The other question I had, and this may be a little bit more for the attorneys, is that in reading the decision, one of the things that concerned me was that there was a claim that was made for bad faith. And in the course of discussing that claim, the arbitrator said, no, you know, I don't find that there was any bad faith here. And in fact, he went a little bit further and went into some of the testimony. And he seemed to suggest that at one point during the arbitration, there was an expert that was given testimony, and the expert actually contradicted the position, directly contradicted the position that the town was taking at certain times. And then there was another, I think it was another witness that was provided with an affidavit that he had signed. And the witness at one point said, oh, well, if I had reviewed the affidavit, I would have never signed this. And those two things are a little concerning to me, because I think the arbitrator's point was that witnesses on behalf of the town were given testimony that actually undercut the town's position. And that to me is a little concerning.
I think that the ongoing discovery process made us aware of facts that caused our expert to change his opinion. That was based upon information disclosed to us after we had taken a position. We thought our position was solid. When we got the information that we had to pull like teeth to get, our expert, when he looked at it and said, nah, I don't agree with what I had said before. Our opinion was based upon information from him to start with. It was he that changed his position. So naturally that affects us. But we had formed our initial position based upon what he had told us, and that was based upon information that did change. That's how that happened.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that the attorneys made a mistake. I'm just, it struck me when I read the decision that that becomes a problem when trying to present a case, when you have an expert that testifies against a position that you had been taking.
No, in fact, I thought it was a very honest position of his, that when he saw what he had told us was his opinion no longer held up, he came to us right away, and we disclosed it to the arbitrator right away. Nobody tried to hide it. As soon as it became evident that our previous position was unsupportable, we changed the position, and we of course disclosed that immediately to the arbitrator.
Yeah, fair enough. And then my other question was with the affidavit. Do you recall what the arbitrator was talking about, where a witness was on the stand and presented with an affidavit and said, if I had reviewed it or something to that effect, and I knew it said this, I wouldn't have signed it?
I don't recall that, I'm sorry.
I'm not aware of anything myself, with regard to that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a sentence here that says the same senior official testified under cross-examination that he would not have filed sworn written pre-hearing testimony regarding a different contention if he had reviewed his own written statements beforehand.
All I can say is that none of us recall that. I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm just saying none of us recall that.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay.
And I know I missed one of the sessions with the arbitrator for other business reasons. So is it possible it was said in the one I missed? Yes. But I honestly do not remember it.
There were comments, though, that the arbitrator made about feeling like he had been misled that were directed at CMEC.
Yes, he.
That is a fact.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing that CMAC were bad apples. I mean, that's you know, I'm more concerned about Wallingford and how we made out and what happened with us. I think we've apparently made a good decision to leave CMAC and leave them behind. That's not the issue here tonight. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen.
Jeff Cohen, 10 West Spring Pines Drive. Mr. Hine actually asked most of my questions, so I'm not going to stay too long. I know it's getting late. I do want to thank Jason, Gina, Mr. Fishbein, and Chairman for getting this on the agenda. This line of questioning really answered all the questions I had on this issue. I don't have to tell anybody here that the electric division's been one of the gems of Wallingford forever, and when all this transpired, I was just concerned that something could impact the viability of the electric division. After hearing the explanation, and it sounds like we've got the right audit controls in place for issues going forward. And the question I do have is, and it sounds like we have another expert attorney, Mr. O'Neill or Neil, that is he recommending any other audit controls, process changes that we need to implement, going forward?
Well, the landscape has changed. We're not dealing with a firm like CMEC any longer. We're our own market participant.
Exactly.
We handle our own business. So there's lots of small agreements, relatively small, that are very specific and very individual. So it's very much an apples and oranges sort of comparison.
But you've adopted, as part of this process, you've adopted all kinds of policies.
We actually self-audit.
Yeah, they have auditing policies.
The hedging policy and a risk management policy.
Risk policies too, so that we're not just placing
With a consultant
bets.
who gives them advice as they do the buying the power.
Right, that's my question exactly. You have that in place, and I think again I'm happy that that is the state of things right now. Again, I thank everybody for answering all these questions. It did clear up a lot of questions I had, so thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the four of you for your time in this, and your hard work on this issue. There being no one else in the gallery, and there being no further business on the agenda, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
I declare the meeting adjourned.